Hi, chats. How are you doing? Chats? Chats? Go ahead. Go ahead. Let it out. We'll play the waiting game. We'll play the waiting game. I'm gonna drink. Chats? Do we need to talk about this? Buenos dias! All the buttons in best behavior chat? Are you going to be on best behavior for the sponsored stream? Are we going to have a talk about this? Wait, y'all already redeemed eyes? Oh, you did. Keep late night redeemed eyes. Okay. Chat, it happens. We finally got a sponsorship for a game I genuinely fucking love. It finally happened. Well, a paid sponsorship. I get shit from devs on occasion, but this is a paid sponsorship of a game I love. Press 1 if you should blame Mound for YouTube going down yesterday. I wasn't doing anything on YouTube yesterday. Okay, no, wait, I did publish a couple of Vods. True. The thing is, though, sadly, according to the terms and conditions, we don't get paid for 30 days after it ends, and it doesn't end till Sunday. YouTube going down skill issue? I didn't even notice. I legitimately did not notice. I didn't even know YouTube went down until today. Like, not just now. I learned like 20, 30 minutes ago. Do we need to rated my chaos shenanigans? Nah, it's fun. Holy shit, bad of multiplayers. Thank you for the 20 stream streak. Holy shit, dude. Hi, Pippin. I'm doing good. Today's the sponsored stream day. So chat, for those of you who don't know, real quick, we're going to do a quick rundown here. I don't think I actually, let me see. Do I have a list of things I actually need to tell y'all? No, I do not, which means I get to be a fucking nerd about it. All right, kids. Welcome to Where Winds Meet, a wuxia, aka Chinese fantasy martial arts style game. This is an MMO. However, it has a single player game mode, and you will genuinely not miss anything if you do not play the multiplayer game mode. Push-ups, god damn it, Bob. Okay, that is going to be annoying. It was just the recommendation parts of YouTube for me and the subscription feed, both of which I hide anyway. Praise the extension that lets you hide those. Oh boy. Oh boy. Prep work, what's that? No, I've already set up like all the prep work. It's sometimes these sponsorships come with things like, we really want you to talk about these things and blah, 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 blah. But nothing like that this time. So I get to nerd out about this. So really quick chat to give you an idea of what the conditions of this is. I have to stream 2 hours at least. We're going to probably go 3 or 4 today, so don't worry about that. That's irrelevant. I was surprised by 2 hours as well. It felt like a really little amount of time. But if you wish to support the carnival, you can see this little widget down there. There's a very tiny logo for Where Winds Meet, and it pops up with !wins and such. And it's going to do that the whole stream. And it'll also show the progress if y'all decide to play the game today, because you can support the stream by playing the game. The game is completely free. It's a little hefty in terms of size. Let me actually see if I can check the size. Where would I check this? Properties, probably? Ooh, that's 104 gigabytes. So yeah, it may take some people a while to, oh, it didn't work. The commands didn't work. Why? Why didn't you work? It said it was supposed to work. Okay, let me go check something. Chatbot, chat commands, wins. Because I think it auto creates. I thought it auto created a thing. But I suppose not. I suppose not. But let me go check the thing here. That's okay. The link is still down below. Let me go to the thingamadoohickey. All right, there's also this. If you do decide to go play... Oh, what the hell? We do actually have a code. we do have a bonus in-game reward code that comes with premium currency, which is a weird thing to say because the premium currency is not that big of a deal. I just re-downloaded Ghostfire Tokyo on my PS5. I mean, that's kind of worth it. But that's 1/10 of my RAM or download. Yeah, it's the same. I have a 2 terabyte game. Or not terabyte, 2 terabyte. Oh God, can you imagine a 2 terabyte game? If it was anything, that would be Call of Duty. 105 gigabytes in this economy? I mean, it's not that surprising. Hold on, what is that one hero game? Because I'm pretty sure the hero game is huge for... Oh, that's not the right thing. Hero game. 95 gigs. Yeah, so it's not that super unusual. But when we get into the game, you'll see a little more why it's so chunky. But, as you can see, it has a resume button over there on the side. That's because I played this game before. If you've been here over 4 or 5 months, you've seen me play this game at least once. I did play it, I think, like, maybe the day of or the first couple days that it was out. But since then, I've been playing it in the background. Well, off stream, I mean. Left on my PS5? How many gigs does a PS5 have? Also, I'm pretty sure this game is available on the PS5. Give me just a second, chat. Let me see if I can set up that command for y'all. Why won't you work? I thought it was supposed to auto-generate the... Here, let me go check setup and prep. Chatbot and timer. Interesting. Let me really quickly, I'll just steal the thing and we'll also make it a pinned. So let's do that. That'll be easier. I always say this code is very funny to me for some reason. Up. Okay, we'll do that. There we go. There we go. And there's the link. Oh, wait. Definitely don't want to have the timer part going. Okie dokie. Your time wizard? Wait, what? Campaign runs for a while. You got time even? True, it runs until Sunday. So you don't have to worry about meeting these milestones. So for those of you who don't know the milestones really quickly, this game is free. Again, reminder, free MMO. I'm honestly probably going to say that a lot as we progress through this game because we'll hit something and I'll be like, free game, by the way. Free game, by the way. But you can download the game, supports the show. You can play the game, reach level 10, also gives a dividend to the show. Every 10 levels you reach up till 50 supports the stream. And it stacks. So you will basically, I get a cut, and I'm going to be honest on this, so I want everybody to know. Free 99, not even free 99, baby. It is free flats. Actually, I can give y'all the numbers. Do y'all want the numbers? That's a little specific, but let me see. Okay, so for every person who downloads it, $5. $5 goes to the sponsorship for every person that downloads it. Every level 10 that you get to is $1, 20 is 3, 30 is 8, and 50 is 20. Now, 50 sounds like it's really far away. But when this game came out, it had a soft cap on levels that would... Oh, that's what it does. Axio! Hell yeah, dude. Free fitting. Yeah, free fitty, baby. Nerd, you're the nerd here, you dingus. Yes, yes, I am. I'm very much so the nerd. But in the spirit of Donkey saying donkey and Shrek, donkey! Hi, Bucky. How are you doing? Oh, where was I going? I lost my train of thought now. Free flats, not free Go Bigger. No, no, not today, Sunstar. Not today. And you will find that this game has a little more realistic proportions. Although you can make your character very ugly. It very much has the, that a lot of like Asian MMOs and stuff have when it comes to character creation. You can really fuck up a character. You can really mess up a character in character creation. But RE9 interests you? Yes. Yes, it does. And I want to play it. Here's hoping. But also apparently H&K decided to sue governments here in Finland. H&K? Oh, the gun company? Jesus. Smashing. Oh, I lost my train of thought there for a second. Where was I? That's Nerd Elite though, guys. Play the game, enjoy the game. Level 50 is not that hard to hit. You just explore the world and you will level up far faster than you think you will. I have a grand total of 50 hours in this game. I am level 60, which we can actually go see right over here. Say hi to me, chat. I will be showing off this character later, but first I want to show you basically how character creation works. We'll get into that in a second. What's cap? I genuinely don't know right now, because when I played last, 60 was the soft cap, and I say soft cap. And the thing is, though, is this, again, this is soft cap. So I set at the max level doing tons of content for a while. There's a point where there's like a major plot point in this game that you're supposed to do at level 20. I did it at the when the soft cap was 50. Let me actually go see right now. What is the cap right now? Level cap. Time gated frequently increases with reports placing the cap around level 65 or 70. But that's just after its launch. Current highest level is 71. Interesting. I will show y'all some mechanics too when we log in, because there is another section to the level cap. You will find it is going to be a little weird when you start playing, because I'm pretty sure there is a progression level cap early on, as in like you can only level up so many times in a day, because there's like a 24 hour like timer kind of thing and a mechanic. Instead of this game having a, say, like different zones that have different difficulties or different levels, the entire world is tied to your level. And once you reach a certain point, you have to do a little like test. Think of it like the Space Ninja game where you have to do the like mastery stuff. You will do that. It'll increase your level cap and it'll level up the world so that it becomes more difficult to be on par with what level you are. Is essentially what it does. There is a hard level cap. There is a hard level cap. It just has a limiting factor to the game. But let's show off the character creator. Why not? Why not? Okay, Warframe doesn't do that. Well, it doesn't do the level cap. Well, actually, yes, it does. Wait, what are you talking about, Kevin? Yes, it does. Do you know how many things are locked behind the fucking mastery cap? So I can't power level? Oh, you pretty much can. I mean, you'll usually do like 10 levels a day, and it's not that bad. And it doesn't stop you from doing stories or missions. Like, not even a little bit. This game doesn't stop you from doing a lot of stuff. But real quick, I'll show off some of the things. Let's do guidance mode. It really doesn't matter. Let's just do moderate. Wait, what is detailed? Oh, okay. Because I think when I started this, they didn't have this as part of character creation. It was just a setting that you can go change. But this is basically how you like the game to guide you on things. So here, it basically shows you where your mission is here. You increase to here, it's going to show you where there's big mobs that are up here on the mini map. Same thing with this book. This book is going to be something that you can like learn from, maybe gain a new skill, maybe learn a new weapon or something along those lines. And then you put it to here. The only thing it changes, as you can tell, is the book. Now it shows up on your screen and points you when you get near it. So it's easier to find things. And like Pokemon is mostly like 10 levels above the gym leader I'm fighting. Huh? Oh, that's what you mean. I got you. No, so like increasing your... This game is skill-based. Like legitimately, not like a casino that says it's skill-based. Getting good at this game is what makes the boss fights fun and engaging. But we'll just leave it on the detailed one because that's what I usually play it on. Now, you can play it with action RPG or MMORPG, which basically means MMORPG, you'll hold like your right click, you can move it around and stuff. Action RPG means it's locked onto your mouse and you can look around and everything. It works out. It works out. We're going to leave it on action. Of course, difficulty expert. Oh. Oh. Defeat in hardcore will cause you to lose your character permanently. Coming soon. Damn it. Damn it. Greatly increase enemy difficulty during exploration. Defeat bosses to accumulate unique identifiers and badges. Unable to turn on extra time stop and assist prompts. Yes, there are assist prompts. You will see them whenever I play the other character because I think it's fun because it makes me feel cool. They will do like slow time at certain points. You'll have time to be able to react or dodge or parry. Yeah, badges. But that's on higher difficulty. We're just going to do recommended for this character because I'm probably not even going to finish the character completely. I'm just going to show y'all some of the cool features I like about this game. We're going to leave it on Lone Wander. Of course, this is basically tells the game which one you prefer. And I think this means when you log in, it'll basically log you into either the multiplayer settings or the single player. We're going to leave this on single player. Oh, it says enter Jiangsu. So maybe it's actually going to put us through the story first. Oh, it is. Okay, that's fine. That is totally fine. Welcome to the Jiangsu chat. Yeah, it's gonna make us do the prequel story, so... We don't need no stinking badges. Listen, sometimes people like to collect things. Well, of heaven's outcast.
It's you.
Wait, did that just show me?
That's right. Here to take you in.
Did somebody put my name in?
Even at the end of the road. A drink to wet your throat. Well, how
Wait,
is
what
it?
the hell?
Bland.
Spring's bounty in Jiangnan tastes sweet. Shall we go together?
This game does have the vibe of like a Chinese voice actor speaking English.
Worried on my account? Don't be. The cowards probably wouldn't
Hi,
dare.
Tono. How are you doing? Daggers. And baby.
Seize him! Retrieve the Zhengguan Jade!
Oh, gone. Just go in the other direction.
Zhongyan! You slew your own father and stole the Jade! Go! You stand condemned before all!
Yeah. The secret within that pendant must be quite something.
Not now. Come on.
After
Hi.
him! Don't let him flee with the Zhengguan Jade! Oh,
Hell yeah.
after them!
Yes, there is quick time
them.
defense. And you
They're
do
here.
get quick time defense when you start playing your own
Don't let them
character.
get away!
I wish I could show y'all one of
They're
these.
here.
Maybe I could go to the dungeon that I know like some of the coolest shit happens. I wonder if I could replay that whole
The
dungeon.
whole world's after you, yet you still won't tell?
You're one to
Oh,
talk.
God, my eyes.
Still inviting me to Jiangnan?
What of it? The two of us against the world. What a
Oh,
delight.
the volume's a little loud. Jeez, that horse.
They even brought out the fire cannons.
Weirdly enough, I can't look up for some reason.
Sharp as ever.
Quiet. Watch out.
And yes, these are monkeys. I can only turn so far, which is mildly annoying. We jump kicking Queen Jin here? Yeah, baby. Yeah, baby.
They're here! Get
I
up!
don't think that's an
Even the
assist
Ori
thing.
Pavilion takes interest? You're in more trouble than I thought!
Cold feet?
Look at that! Zhang Yan, the stone-faced hero, finds humor in desperation.
I turned the game volume up a little too loud. I do know it's that. I'm gonna turn it down after we make it through this section.
Yeah, get up!
Can I turn it further? I can't turn further.
After them! They're here!
We're being chased by Wukong? No, it's the monkeys are like trains. They're not Monkey King equivalents. Baby! What the fuck? You woke up the baby! That totally isn't us. Damn, it's an ugly dude. Void King. Servant of Emperor I. Is he chased by Wukong? No, we're being chased by this dude. And then there's the monkeys.
This is getting interesting, just like old times.
Okay, he's funny. I like him. Alright. Tutorial boss fight time. Emperor AI? No. Start tutorial. Ah, sure. We'll show off the tutorial. Defeats. Once completed, that's key. Okay. Key binding area. Lock and switch targets with center mouse wheel. Those are the skills. Press left click, press Q to perform martial arts skill. Follow the on-screen prompts. Okay, it just wants me to down him, I guess. Effects of mystic skills vary when deploying strategically with extraordinary combat effects. Yes. Bell. Now, I actually do have that skill on my character, so I can go through a killer version of that. Oh, hold on. Let me do the volume, because it is very loud. Okay, there we go. Is Rick a soldier of God? Rick, not Rick. Exit stroll mode. Use medicine. Okay. E for deflection. Cannot deflect red skills. Makes sense. Oh, wait. Cannot be defended again. Okay, red skills can only be parried. Gold skills cannot be parried at all. That's right. Okay. After enabling deflection assist, the game before being hit will slow down. Okay, that's just the assistance thing. I did not let the deflection thing enable. Sure, why not? It's a little easier to have it enabled, especially if we do the multiplayer content later. Actually, I just remembered, I don't think it actually works in multiplayer. What's that, big man? See, that was the assist. Bell. That's the special pairing. Okay. Now, we don't have much of the abilities that I like whenever I first played this game right now, so it feels a little different. And it does play very much like a Souls-like, weirdly enough, although I find it far easier than a Souls-like. Randomly. Okay. Come here, bitch. Now, I think I'm pretty sure this execute is only for this tutorial fight. It's not actually a typical thing you get to do with the boss. Sadly. Ah, yes, the firefly. And I'm telling you right now, that firefly, even at level 60 with my character, is not fully explained yet. No idea what it is. Oh, that's not good. Oh, that's really not good. Voices! Visions! Oh my goodness. Tight combat system to it so far feels very smooth. It's very fun. Just wait till we see some of the other boss fights and stuff. I'll also show you some of the other combat for other weapons. You do start the game with a sword. That is the first weapon that it teaches you. It does the thing where in most like wuxia media, almost everybody uses a sword. But there are a few other weapons, and there are other weapons that are already out on Chinese servers that aren't out here yet. Oh, boing. I'm sure that's fine. I just realized I don't think I've seen this set of the cutscene. I don't remember seeing this happen. Maybe it was broken when I played? I have no idea. Hi, sure. It's very fun. If you want to play it, we're doing a sponsored stream right now, and it helps support the carnival. It does support the carnival. And yes, everything you see in this scene, you can go to in-game. Time forward. 962 CE, Song Dynasty. Oh, forward and then rewound. Okay. Oh, hey, it's us.
When will you finally let me go out there?
The Jungho?
Yeah, those merchants passing through Jingha told
Also,
me all kinds
don't
of
worry.
things.
It's the kid is
So fun.
gender ambiguous in this cutscene because you get to do customization later.
There's the 8 talents of Hodong, the North Alliance, and lots of new sects too. Oh, I heard some can use moves from every sect. They were put in the Wulin Journal and became heroes in the Jianghu.
Yes, it is completely free. This game is
Wayne
completely free to
masters
play.
them all.
As long as I keep practicing, I know I can. I'll join
That's
you, Uncle
you'll
John.
hear me probably as we
Just
get
like
when
the
we jump
heroes
over
in the
to my main
merchant
character.
stores. We'll roam the jungle
I'll
together.
go find something that I know is like really cool.
Huh?
I'm gonna go see if I can go redo a dungeon that I know is like really kind of shows off a bunch of the systems for the game. But it was the story dungeon, so I don't know if I can actually like fully replay it. Ooh! Free game, by the way. All right. So of course, body type 1, 2. Go to next step. And then you can have them be hyper realistic, or you can have them be elegant. We're gonna go with the realistic. Actually, we'll do elegant in this one because my main character was the realistic one. But we have this. This is the first time I've seen this in an MMO. You can generate a character based off of your voice or an image either of yourself or of something else that you want to add into it. I want to see what happens when we do the voice. I played with it before. Yes, this game is where wins meet. If you want to join and you want to test out the game, there is a link above in the pinned message, or you can scroll down to the panel. And it does help to support the carnival. The campaign is going to be going all week, and then it's going to it ends on Sunday, but I think it still counts further. I don't know for sure. But I got sucked into this game when I played it, so I wouldn't doubt if other people do too. Your voice is really that new? What do you mean by that? What do you mean by that? Also, this message is not the same as it was before. Before, it made you read an entire speech. So let's see if we can test it. Oh. Okay, yeah, there's also voice chat in the game if you decide to use it. Two drifters off to see the world. Please don't play it back to me. Please don't play it back to me. Okay, I don't want to listen to it. That's not bad. I've seen some people that early on when they did the voice stuff, their characters were really ugly. Do we want to try recording it again to see if it changes anything? Eyes may deceive, but ears might find the truth. Now, is it random? Does it actually listen back and find different ways? I don't know. Oh, actually did change a little bit. Formless. I mean, like, that's something new to customize. Oh, you can absolutely do, like, the full customization. Like, you can discard it and go back to the full customization, or you can just decide to stick with these. But we'll go look at this real quick, because then we can come back and mess with it. But yeah, you can take these different templates if you would like. They're good starting points. Really pretty. And then here's the realistic tab. Now, most of these outfits you don't get till later in the game, but like this one, I think, is one that you start with. We'll go back over here. And then if you go to next step, which actually, let's see. No, that's just apply. We go here and go to next step. Then you get to customize everything. Makeup, pupils. The usual stuff that you find in Asian-inspired MMOs where you get to customize it and you get a lot of crazy eyes. I actually really like this one. I don't remember what my character's main eyes look like. But... Eye shine, different sparkles. You can have a heart. Haircuts. These are all the ones you start with. There are no hair color customizations. You can get some later. There are different hairstyles that you get later that are customizable. Otherwise, these kind of stick to a very region realistic hair color of most people having like black or really dark brown hair. But that's kind of it. Most of these are just like the usual ridiculous amount of sliders, which is why I said before, some people play this game and make their character really ugly. Bald. But we're not going to use this form of customization. We're going back to the smart customization. Stay spirited and rise to the call of the world. That forehead, Jesus. Yeah, but that's also one of the things that's really hit or miss with this. I'm not going to look at it. I don't want to look at it. We're doing it again. Stay spirited and rise to the call of the world. But it does make me wonder sometimes if this thing is random or if it's just if it actually gleams some sort of appearance. Spock eyebrows. I don't want to go with this anymore. We'll go back to, we'll do a quick customization. Let's go back again. Let's do this one. And we'll probably just leave these. We'll change like a few things really quick just so that we don't stay here way too long. I do believe you can change the colors here if you wanted to. Let's make her eyes green. And then, oh, it automatically changes it, so we have to go back again. If we wanted to use these other ones. But I do kind of like the moon one though. Swap the eye shine to... That's weirdly watering. Let's do that one. What happens if we change the colors? What do you look like if we change... Okay, I weirdly like the really, really dark eyes. So we'll do that. And then... Generally, I'm probably not going to change a lot of the things. Let's make sure, though, that we do change her hair, because this outfit that she's currently wearing is a temporary one. That's only part of the preview. So... Braids? Do we want to do braids? Yeah, we'll do the braids. That's fine. Heard good things about this game. Have a fun time. It's very fun, Tommy. You should check it out. And that's not because it's a sponsored stream. It's because I genuinely like this game. It is my favorite wuxia game I've ever seen come out, because all the others are boob focused for some reason. I know that if you know what game I'm talking about. It has an obsession with massive tits and cheetah print for some reason. Can you do discolored whites? Oh, you're talking about the sclera? I don't think so. Because I in my main character, I tried for a long time trying to do it. And I'm pretty sure I wasn't able to, but we'll click over and look at my main character after this. So here you can preview all the outfits. If you see, oh, hold on. Hold on a second. Hi, chat. I'm gonna be down here if you need me. If you look here, these outfits that have the like rainbow, these tiny little rainbow smear like next to their names, that's basically telling you that you can dye them. You can change their colors. These, though, are stuck at this color. But like default outfits, and then these actually show like popular forms that people have actually made with these outfits. I like the red. But again, just preview, just like looks and lights that I know other MMOs do sometimes, just to show off like what the character looks like. So some duo poses. Oh, add companion. Oh, never mind. But yeah, there are emotes that you can like pair off with some people, do cutesy stuff. All this other stuff. And then we can just go back. Complete. Complete customization. Customization is a game in and of itself, especially in games like this. But we'll show off some of the other customizations and stuff available to the game when we swap over to the main character. That's always the running joke when it comes to like MMOs or RPGs, where everybody's like, oh, what was it? I suppose. Where it's like, all right, guys, I already have 16 hours in this game. And I just finished character creation. Sponsored stream, but unsponsored opinions. Correct. 100% correct. Okay, these drunken precision. Use a skill to in pitch pot. Okay, that's a mini game. We'll take the inspiration one. Which I think are random. Are these random here? It doesn't matter too much though, because you can actually gain these skills later on. This game does the thing that a lot of like, if you've ever watched anime or read manga where you find out people are playing like an MMO and they talk about basically how like, look, this one's just gonna be, we're gonna do Marinko like healer or something. I'm gonna make this one a healer class. If I play her more. Because you can actually do everything in Dynastic China has such a great aesthetic. Correct. Historical or high concept? High concept. This is a wuxia game, so it has the very mystical martial arts to it. That is its main theme. Which I will be able to show off again on the big character. Because we're gonna get through these cutscenes, we're gonna get to the start, just to show y'all what the beginning is like, and then you can have your own adventure with this. And then we're gonna jump over to my character, who is much higher and further along.
Shrine. Then you fell asleep.
The man in black
Man in black? Is he one of those great swordsmen? Where? Where is he?
It's gone. He took the jade pendant.
But
He didn't hurt me.
Hey, were you even listening?
oh yeah, this game does a thing where we actually we think to ourselves and it gives it a voice.
Ruby,
So you do have to pay
were you
attention
hitting me?
sometimes whether our character is talking or
didn't
whether our
want
character is
to.
thinking.
I yelled and yelled to wake you up, but you wouldn't budge.
Damn, what's that like?
You said
I
it
wake
was
up to
man
a
in
whisper.
black. So, like, where is he?
Forget it. It's nothing. Just a dream.
You promised we'd journey together.
Okay, that audio wasn't
You're
very
not keeping
good.
secrets, are you? If you don't tell
The
me,
wooden
I
sword.
won't talk to you again.
All right. Weren't you going to buy stuff from Beard Guang at General Shrine? Are we still going or not?
I almost forgot. Oh, it's all your fault. Come on, let's go. Uncle Guang said he's bringing me a new storybook this year.
Can you wait for me just a little? I need to go inside and check something.
Don't take too long, all right?
And they did not lip sync for the English voice actors. That's just a heads
I
up.
wonder if that man in black left any clues behind.
All right. So general controls, starting area, starting at the cabin. We're not going to do anything here because we're going to go to character swap. If I click this, I forget. Is it going to close the game or is it going to give me a quit to title? And then we get to go play my big character. Yes. I get there's fantasy elements, but it's not like you're supposedly real China. Correct. It does use a lot of the names of like actual regions, actual states and stuff. But it is very much mystical. This is going to be a bunch of like the new stuff that has come out. If you look here, this is actually an appearance for a certain skill, which they do have, which is not required. Okay, it logged me into multiplayer, so let me see if I can remember. Oh, Spotlight system launch. Allow custom creation and performance works. Nah. Oh my god, I have mail. Gimme. Hello, pills. Okay, that's energy. Can I claim all? Woo! All right, for anybody who doesn't know, the Echo Jade here is the quote-unquote premium currency. You can get this completely from playing the game. You don't have to spend a penny on this game to get Echo Jade, which, again, like I said, premium currency. These are all looking like they're cosmetic stuff. Energy is used for certain things. It's not super relevant. I've never really run out of energy that often and been forced to use those pills. But that's kind of it for that. For the wait, what is this? Draw shop item removal notice. Okay, okay. And then delete red items. Increase ways to gain reputation with Midnight Blades. That is the faction that I joined, which is basically too fast. Please try again later. Why would you let me delete you? Mail is favorited. Why is it favorited? There we go. That was why I wasn't doing it, because for some reason they were all favorited. But let me see here. Battle Pass. There is Battle Pass. Now, if I remember right, though... Oh, nope. I was wrong. I was going to say, I think there's a free and a... Yeah, premium, blah, blah, blah. Always that. There is a free version. I've never bought a Battle Pass. You don't have to. You still get plenty of rewards for doing it. And it may look long, but you do it shockingly fast. It is not as intimidating as it looks. Like, if I go here, log in daily. Double XP, huh. Rewards, go all the way back to 1. You start at 1, go ahead and claim 5,000 monies. 5,000 money dollars. All right. Let me do real quick all of these. Casual co-op stuff. These are like the new extra bonuses that you can do on a daily thing. I don't do them that often because they're a little annoying. This is another one of the challenge modes. Sometimes you have to do this for, let me see. Okay, this is new. That's also part of doing the challenges. Where is, here it is, this week's clear. So this game also has tons of other, what's the word? PvP opportunities. I'm not even joking. It has a battle royale game mode. Okay, I want to get rid of all of these things if I can. Appearances, premium stuff. If you want to get these outfits specifically, you can buy the super premium currency, or you could earn it over time. But there's a lot of outfits in here. They're actually kind of cool. There's one, oh, this one has an animation. Oh my god. Okay. If it only wasn't so skimpy. But there was one outfit in here I wanted at one point. It wasn't this one. That one's actually kind of cool. Oh, it was this one. Because it's slimy. Like Fruit Nights. No. But this is the outfit that I wanted because I think it's neat. But let's see, monthly pass, all that jazz. Offers, all this stuff. It's, oh, hello. Oh, complete. This is complete. Certain points, which there are regional like progression, which you can see I have levels 1 through 4 right now. Then there's 5 and 6. Rewards from those. That's basically just doing stuff in those areas. It could be exploration. It could be missions. It could be dungeons. It's all of those. The what game? You don't worry about it, Tommy. But yeah, these are the ones that I own already. Because they're part of the story progression. Lizard! Lizard. Alright, we're gonna do draw. We're gonna do gacha because I apparently have a whole bunch of the in-game premium currency for it. I'm guessing that's the ultra rare outfit right now. Oh no, they've added a tier draw. Really? Okay, so let me guess. You can't, yeah, you don't have a chance of unlocking certain parts of it until tier 4, tier 3. Oh, you get the wings at tier 2. But free first draw, why not? Near watch script. Level 81! Okay, so I'm guessing the level's above 80. Exchange echo beads or echo jade for crane plumes. Nah, we're gonna go to the regular draw. Yes. Yes. Every Asian RPG has to have a nine-tail skin, no matter what. And then there's the solemn one, which is the more normal draw, but this is the one. Which I actually have enough to do 20 draws, goddamn. That came out of my mail. Again, though, the gacha feature in this game is not necessary. It's just a goofy thing that you'll earn the currency for as you play the game. Oh man, the epic was the fucking sticker. I'm upset. I'm upset. Oh my god, it's the goop guy from Treasure Planet. Please don't be another sticker. Please give me like a hairstyle or something. Oh, I get a vase! Fuck me, dude. It's okay though, I got a couple dyes and stuff. It's fine. Ooh. Wait a second, that's a cool skin. Draw reward available. Oh. Oh. Now real quick, let me see. Can I? No, I can't. For some reason, I thought I could turn the Echo Jade into these things. But maybe it's only this one? Here, let's go to reward preview. Ah, yes, the burning cape. Here's some of the ones that are actually just different hair colors. Wow, the profile picture. He was a morph? A morph? Oh, his name was Morph. You're right. I haven't seen Treasure Planet since it was new, which is kind of bad. Kind of bad. But I'm guessing, hold on real quick, How do you get these? Can you only convert them? Looks like I can only get 18 from converting these, which would be 900. You know what? I'm willing to spend that. Because again, you earn the Echo Jade through playing the game, so I'm not super... I can't raise it any higher than 9. Guaranteed epic rewards. Okay, within 9 draws. Gotcha. I get the fucking decoration. I get the decoration. Upset. Okay, then you can only use the pearls for the rest. Damn it. I kind of wanted the earring, I'm not gonna lie. Wait, go back. Draw. What was that plus? There was like a plus thing here on the side, wasn't there? Huh. All right, events. Step inside, step inside. Grab my stuff. See, more Echo Jade. Ah, returning player stuff. Ooh. Household sack. Saiyan King Eric, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. How are you doing? Claim all? Okay. Now we'll go ahead and use that just so that it opens. Okay, it looks like apparently I need those for some reason. 8 weeks for me. Dawn to Dusk. That's the daily login. Makeup. Cross-platform. That's new, which is why that's there. I am the weirdo. Oh my god, my favorite weirdo. How are you doing, my favorite weirdo? All right, now there was a thing I was trying to check, which was... It was not casual co-op. I was trying to develop. I think that's it. Oh, no, not what I'm looking for, but definitely what I'm gonna do. So this is how your stats are like guaranteed to increase, is you actually level up the slot that they're occupying. I'm checking what level everything is right now. 22, 23. Okay. Okay, that's all I could rank up. But the levels. Warrior's Journey, was that it? 6 modules. Okay. Didn't I already do this? Appearance, adorn yourself. Leisure, combat, exploration, story. All right, give me all those. Apparently these are all new, but they're all things I've done, so I guess I'm just getting a bunch of stuff now. This is what happens when you've taken a few weeks away from this game. On a game that usually has like large updates because it's new almost every week. Huh. Claimable, which I already have. Achievements? More achievements? Wait a second. Wait, go back. Season shop. Am I maxed out? Oh no, there's a max of 2,300. That's weird. It's not telling me that it's adding gear catch-up chest. Huh. Okay. Sorry about having all of these things to claim, chat, but they'll be useful as we go forward. Since I've been away a while, we have story to catch up on. Custom swap chest. Ooh, epic ones. Okay. Oh god, I forget which weapons I have right now. I'm pretty sure I'm using these. Pretty sure. Okay. All the extra stuff. Okay, I think that's all of the stuff here. Question mark? Battle pass is lit up again. What happens? Quest, claim. Jesus! See, I told you it was easy to level up. We just jumped from level 1 on the battle pass to 9. Please and thank you. And then, hold on, this is plus. I forget, can you spin stuff? Oh, you can. You can spin pearls to do it. All right, we got an ad break. Give me a second, chat. I will get y'all the game. Ba-ba-ba-bum. And we will go do... Oh, I don't have an appropriate game. I think we're just going to do pairs again. Shame. A shame I don't have an appropriate game for the commercial break for this. But... Load, damn you. There we go. There we go. Okay, now you load too, damn it. All right. And also, why do I have so many notifications? Hello? Okay. While we do that, actually, I will give y'all the regular music. I'm going to try to get through all of these random clicky things I have to do. Oh my god. Wait. No, okay. Really showing off a lot of things it wants me to take. Available in Jaw Shop. I don't have those things. Okay. More currencies I don't have. What the hell? Oh, trials. Okay. Now, one thing I wanted to do, though, is I was trying to find...
Come all.
Here, we'll go back here.
The macabre halls of the Dark Carnival.
There it
And
is.
please, enjoy the
Sebby! Overwatch? My goodness, man. How was your stream, Zeb? Did you have a good time playing Overwatch? What were you doing? Who were you playing as? Were you doing ranked? Were you doing casual? Who's your new main? Were you playing a new character? Bug spotted. Yes, that is in fact a bug. I may have LARPed as Junkrat for LARPed as Junkrat for 3 hours? Okay, we're not going to do another round. We're not going to do another round. So let's put this away and we'll wait for the ad break to fully end. Not my coached game. Why? Don't burn me? What? Burn the bug? Ordain, you're not allowed to burn the bug. We talked this. She will explode. She will explode. And it's worse than any bomb you've seen. You have failed to understand. Oh shit, I need to do a fucking challenge level. Shit. I get paid to coach the game. For some reason, Grandmaster Plus players find my advice valuable. Lamal? Ooh. Wait, I think you've told me that before. It was either you or somebody else that told me they used to coach like professional Overwatch players. Huh. Welcome in, Raiders. We're currently doing a sponsored stream for Where Wins Meet. Don't worry. Sponsored stream, unsponsored opinions. Because I genuinely like this game. I think this game is very cool. Now, earlier I mentioned how the world actually has levels, not just you. This is one of those cases. You can see that right now I'm at level 7 understanding, and it's wanting to take me slightly behind me to level 8, which is untouched. This also increases like your stats in general, but also raises the level cap. See how it goes from 60 to 65? However, I am missing a little section right here where now we need to go do a challenge. Okay, what do we need to do? Remaining HP, successful parries no longer consume endurance, counterattack cooldown reduced by 20. Nice. Okay, so this gives me bonuses for doing this challenge. More than likely, this is basically just kill the enemies and keep all your health. So hopefully we'll be able to see at least some fun combat for this game. Okay. Let's see if I remember this game. Maybe I shouldn't have done the challenge as the first thing after coming back to the game after a few weeks away. Okay, then you get to pick bonuses. Crit rate, crit damage, precision hits, successful deflection. We're gonna do this one. I froze in case anybody's confused. I forgot I was using the umbrella in this game. What's funny too is the umbrella is actually a ranged weapon. Oh, I fucked that one up. Target the... There we go. Fuck you, snakes. This is the one skill of the umbrella that makes people really love it in PvP, because it's fucking stupid. Okay. Oh, that was it. It was just the one boss. Okay. Yes, it is math. That's what I said earlier. I said basically the same thing. What is it marking there? Huh. Oh, there's a second wave. Okay, that wasn't it. Target speed is collected by 50%. External, use dodge. External attacks. Hello? Okay, there we go. It wasn't clicking for a second. Uh-oh. Oh no! So this is one of the... Oh, that was gold. Oh, shit. Jesus, my health. Yeah, I'm not gonna get triple on this. This is one of the hardest bosses in the game. And usually he has his own, like, arena, but instead we're doing it here in the challenge ground. Shit! Woo! I have less than 10% health right now. We get for not paying attention. Oh shit! Yep, there it is. Failure by donkey kick. Hi, Tootsie. We're gonna do it again. That is fine. Is it? Okay, no, it's making us start over. Thud. Wait, what do you mean, parry? He's not swinging. Okay. Red weapon glows, but then it just fades away. Am I staggering him for it? I don't know. Okay. You know what? That's not bad. I don't need the 20%. Well, You know what? Sure. Hey, do you see that green smoke around him? That's because I'm poisoning him. No donkey kick, please and thank you. There we go. There's some special parries. He's not nearly as beefy in here as he is in the actual fights. Do some cheese. Oh, it's still hitting me. No. Oh, fuck. Okay, that's fine. Never mind, that worked out. I don't know what I'm actually doing. Okay, I don't know if I'm actually throwing rocks in the original fight, so that was strange. Bad touch. Woo! Oh, thank God. Okay. The donkey goes sploot. The donkey did go sploot. In the real fight, he's much worse. Much, much worse. Okay. He actually has like a mode where he does the he summons a bunch of donkeys that you have to, I wish I was joking, turn into in order to survive the phase. Otherwise they trample you and kill you. Oh. Huh. Funny, I'm outside the thing where we ended with the last character. But that's not what I wanted to do. I wanted to go to... is it Warrior's Journey? No, where was it? Where was the... Oh, right, engagements. That's playing the game. But you can also get married in this game. I don't make the rules. But yeah, getting married is the thing in this game, and it actually gives you bonuses. Oh. Oh no, this is just telling me to do the challenges. Okay. These are the various boss fights in the different regions. This was actually, wait, ranking. Neat. Oh, no, wait, that's what this is. It's telling me to claim the rewards for a boss fight. Jesus. Okay, hold on. 600? Oh, I think it claimed all of them. It claimed all of the boss fights things at once. But I wanted to go check the... Because I don't think it automatically... Upgrade? Upgrade. There we go. Now we can do the breakthrough. Oh, hey, it gives us a bunch of stuff for new slots. But yeah, if you can see here, you got to do the challenge again. You got to get to the next level. Back before this was like the max level, you used to have to wait a week to get a breakthrough each time. In video games, you can outlive your unrealistic fantasies, like being happily married. Yes. And you get stat bonuses for it. Oh, hey, I'm getting a whole bunch of stat ups from that. All right, let's go. We got to do... Wait. Go back. Go. Oh, it's not going to let me. Oh, okay, the arsenal. So this is basically... I'll show it to you in just a second. Here. So you see that these each have levels marked. Oh. Why did that say I hit? Wait, it's counting me? Wait, that's so funny. So it just did 20 and then 10. Wait, is it going to do the... Oh, that's crazy. That's hilarious. So it's going to ping all of the levels. So it's going to do 40 and 50, right? Oh, it already did. It already counts me at 50. It just didn't do the pings. That's fucking hilarious. All right, first thing we got to do, though, is we need to go to the bag, because I got a lot of shit just by doing like all the logins and everything. And so let me do like the hover stuff here. So real quick, let me go check. There's a different page that you can do this on, which I think is develop. And then we're gonna go here. Why are you locked? You're the Rhapsody Longsword. Where is 51, 51, 61? Which is the Hawkwing set, which is actually not bad to have. But first, we got to tune it. Add all. Hold on a second. All right, actually, that's fine. Oh. Okay. So this game has a tuning feature where you basically level up to give your things stats. And the thing that you usually do when you undo... Oh, it's not high enough rank. So the mastery rating here is usually your best friend. You can get really specific with it. Like you see how this sword has 2 legendary stats on it and then the rest are epic. I kind of molded it that way. But why is it also here? Let's do filter level. No, I don't want to do that. I want to change this tier, I think. Gear level, actually. So what are you? You're 61, you're purple. All right. Hell yeah, dude. But you're not better. God damn it. Why are you so much better? Was there a gear change? Is that why? That's fine. I'm pretty sure I have gear boxes to open. Okay. Okay, then yeah, we're going to the bag instead. After we're gonna go back. Bag. Consumables. Open that. That's fine. Open you. Which again, I'm using this one. Yeah, because these are a bunch of the things that it like gave me. Oh shit. How many of these do I have? 26, 44, 32. One there. One here. Open these. Apparently I am targeting 3 there. Open all the bag of coins because I said so. Wait, why won't it let me? That was not what I selected. I'm upset. Jesus, level 81 salted milk curds? Okay. Gear catch-up bags. That's what we want. So 61. And then I have to open those afterwards. Woo! We get to pick? Okay. Obviously, we should probably take a sword first, right? And then we'll take... We'll take the main chest. Oh, God. Not good perks, but that's fine. They're legendary. It'll be fine, I'm sure. Oh, these expire. Huh. Okay, I think that's the only things I really need to open right now. So, let's go over here. Let's go back to develop. Level these up. Might as well equip this, just... I only have the one item, so never mind. Let's go change these first. This we're gonna have to tune. Ooh, I don't have enough. That's fine. We'll do this for now. That was really lucky. Let's tune this one. Might as well just add you just so we get a little bit in there. Unfortunately, it doesn't seem like we have enough items right now to pump them into... Oh. Oh, wow. Wait, it's already significantly better. Okay. Are you significantly better? Nah, just short. Just short. That's fine. That'll be fine, right? Let me double check. Physical damage. No, wait. It actually is better. It says it's not, but it has much higher base physical damage. That's fine with me. That's fine with me. What is your set bonus? Heavy attack, pursuit. Upgrades to Veil of the Willow, increases damage. Okay. That's fine. And we go here, in-slot all of those. Because the gear that you work to level up is still useful. You get bonus stats for putting old gear in here and meeting the total mastery for them. It's great. So you never actually lose out on all of the stuff that you work to level up. Divine Craft is actually new. I'm going to level that up, please, and thank you. Okay. So these are basically the bonus things that you get. That's how I was dealing poison damage earlier. But... Oh. Huh? Oh, there's new talents. Okay. Yeah, because you have this whole talent branch that you progress through. And this was where it ended before, so it looks like there's more further down the road. Refund. Huh. Interesting. Arena talents, which I didn't have any because that is PvP stuff that I didn't do, which is basically one-on-one PvP. And then there's boss talents. The more you fight the bosses and the more ways that you win against them, the more you basically get bonuses against them. Here's your reward for beating the shit out of this person. You beat the shit out of them better later. Oh, then there's the rewind. Huh. I haven't found any of those bosses. So, oh well. Why do I have a letter? Sure, gimme. Okay. Oh god, there's still more things to claim. Calendar. Okay, is that it? Just telling me to come look at the calendar? Wait, why is it telling... Oh. Okay. Claim all the things. It's always something. It's always... Ooh, new outfit. Oh, wait, it's right there. I don't like it. I don't like it. That's the casual co-op thing. Again, guilds. I did have a guild at one point, but like I said, I hadn't played in weeks, so I'm pretty sure the guild just defaulted. Oh? Oh, why was it marking the bow? Oh, it's just showing me a bunch of stuff. Equip. How do I equip you? How do I equip you as the default stance? Says I already own it. Appearance? No. Huh. Oh well. Yeah, I own the pink outfits. Which one was the one we just got? Oh, it was further up, that's why. Humble hero. But I quite like this dress. Hi, Wolf. How are you doing? All right. Let me... Oh, wait. Hold on. I want to see if chat... Chat, is there something I need to tempt you with, which is this? Tempting? Tempting? Is it working? After the sushi suit? Now, what did we say about the sushi, chat? What was the requirement to wear the sushi suit? Nah, it's the answer. 20 gifted, 20 gifted. 20 gifted is the rule. And I will wear this every time we stream this game. And yes, it does show up in cutscenes, if I remember right. Or I could... Oh, no, cancel that. All right. Why does it want me... I'm in the hat section. Why were you telling me to go look at the hat section again? Oh, whoops. Go back. I wanna disengage this one. Again, though, I don't know how to change... This is under extras. Oh, I guess it's just auto-equipped because I clicked it. I don't have any special cutscenes like this. Oh, these are skins. For certain skills. There's martial ones that I don't own any extras of. Okay, what is it? Oh, collection. Pick. Because I finished an outfit. Are we good? I think we're good. I think I've done all the things. Do I need to go to compendium? There's no marker. I'm just a day off payday. Damn beef. It's okay. Fine. It's just no. The offer is there. The offer is there. Or we can reach 5 new players. I will do it for 5 new players signing up for the game too. But let me see. I need to figure out where... What mission was I on? Journal. Campaign. What do you mean campaign 100% finished? I'm calling BS. Worlds. Because I know for a fact I haven't completed all of the campaign. Maybe it's just this section. Like this is the one region I'm in. Tales and echoes, sentient beings, world bosses. See, there's a sleeping Taoist. Earth fiend deity. Man, that is one ugly little dude. All right. Here, we'll go to map. Zoom all the way out. Oh. Wait, a bunch of stuff just pinged for some reason. All right, but that's fine. So teleportation stones, basically like campfires. Oh, okay. It's because I moved over them in the map and then it's showing me like special events. Interesting. Exploration, collection of... Ooh. Huh. Are we at right now? We're at 2. There's 2 new players, which I actually think counts me and Axio. I think are the only ones. So we need 3 more. But let's go. Now, I remember having a mission somewhere. But where was it? Like, this is a mission it's marking me for, but I thought I had a mission that took me over here. But when I last played, this region wasn't available. That's okay. We'll go... I'm also trying to remember one of the dungeons I did before to see if I could go do it again to show you what... You know what? Maybe we could progress the story and find a new dungeon, because I'm sure there's going to be others that are like it. But... Here, we'll go here right now. Take off rest of work to become new player to get on Goose? Listen, that's... I don't know if taking on work is necessary.
We're going to miss the opening.
Wait, is that the... Is that it? Maybe it is? It's a mission that I haven't done, but we'll go see. Oh wait, I shouldn't do that here. So there's different speeds of running in this game. And if you're in the city and you run really fast, you'll start bumping into people and they'll start to hate you and they'll call the police. But you do get to do fun stuff, like roof climbing. Whee! No, stop it. I was not holding space. Why are you still going? Stop going. Oh, like, I fucked up. I hit space again. That's fine. It's fine. We didn't go very far because I was lollygagging on most of the motion. I really just wanted to go up and over the tower. Meow. Boo. Now, who are you? Are there your correspondents? What is it? Chasing cats, finding lost dogs, reporting thugs, or are you just here to stir things up at the Eastwind Pavilion? You misunderstand. I'm not here to cause trouble. Tell the truth, someone close to me has gone missing. I've searched everywhere. They say the correspondents have eyes and ears in every corner. Come to ask for help. Okay, I don't think this is the main mission. That's fine. I'm pretty sure this is a side mission. So Assassin's Creed rules? Yes, kind of. Granted, this is the only like major city right now. How shall I begin the investigation? Go to the fairgrounds, look for the informant. She'll have a pear blossom on her. Use the passphrase, moonlight on the willow tips. We actually may have to remember that, because sometimes... Oh. Also, okay, if you look on the mini-map up there in the top corner, it's kind of hard to see. There's like a pixie-looking icon. That's a collectible, which... Best way to get it is, unfortunately... Big jump. Woo! Alright. I didn't hit space. Why are you auto-doing space? Why are you auto-doing it? So in the bottom there's supposed to be 3 sections where you hit... Oh shit, fuck it. Fuck that collectible, I guess. There's also a button. Oh, it's Q. That's what it was. Q was the drop. Do you have a pear? Where's the pear? Buy a flower for someone special? The wind whispers where we're meant to meet. Wait, what? They said the thing. They said the thing. Chat is a little quiet, but that's okay. That's okay. It is an MMO. And then there's Ordain. Then there's Ordain causing chaos. I wanted to show y'all story progression, but I really don't think I finished the story. That can't be right. Go to memory. Uh-oh. Mini mode time. Do we get to play as her? Oh. Huh. I don't play as her. Apparently I play as myself. Also, why is there Russian in the chat behind me? What is it? A monster. There's a monster just thumped down from the sky, and my lord just... Oh, that was me. I'm sorry. Monster? I don't know. All I saw was a flash of white fur, my lord. Calm down. Where is it? You're looking for a monster. Why don't you can ask whether my lord said anything about how he wanted his inheritance something or other? Can I... How do I... Playback speed? No, it's too fast. Let's speed up playback. Why can't I... Huh. Huh. Blitz in game? Yes, Blitz in game. Misogyny. Twitch tagged it for misogyny. Sir, why are you... Oh my god. Sir, why are you naked? What in the Yakuza shit is this? What you doing there, buddy? Wait, what are you doing here? No money? Oh, is he... Wait. That's the river, though. Huh? I mean, yeah, technically... Draw portrait? Oh, no. Okay. Also, chests. Sometimes you'll get gear out of those chests that are just speckled around. All right. But yeah, if you're not on the road, then you can do the really fast movement. Go on, tell me more. Turns out it's just some guy who skipped out on paying his bathhouse bill. The whole sucking out souls bit. He fell off a roof mid-escape and scared the people inside half to death. And the howling, just him screaming while fleeing into the night, half naked and panicked. It's unusual, sure, but probably not juicy enough for the pavilion chef. Chief? We saw that perv. Hey, listen, don't look at me. I didn't do it. I didn't do it. You can't blame me on that one. POV, this game lit versus POV, this game sucks. Wait, who's saying what now? But yeah, I think this was just a side mission. One of the random ones you can come across in the city. I probably walked by and picked it up at one point and then just forgot about it. Submit. Okay. Image. Put in a word, give it to the pavilion chief, tell her I sent you. Oh, good lord. Wait, I have to go. Oh, no, they're just inside. Okay, thank God. Thank God. Man, why are you just sitting there? You got earth-shattering gossip, don't bother me. Here in Cloud's recommendation is my first article. Please take a look. Oh, this is basically a pavilion that's like the news. We perving out? No, you're thinking of Pervitin. But no one? Instead of perving out, it's pervitin? Okay, okay, I'll just go. I'll just go then. How could you, Chance? How could you? I'm building a dragon woman and not... No, I'm just kidding. And not paying attention to me? How could you, Ordain? I get my opium and sell. Do not go saying that on the internet. That is illegal. Opium is still illegal pretty much everywhere. All right. Just publish the news, lady. Oh, okay. This is also the tutorial for the wind whisper thing. Open wind whispers. Huh. Apprentice. Okay, this is a new mechanic. Okay, it is kind of funny that you can take pictures of things. Paparazzi scoop. Aw, man. Oh, masked troop members. Okay. Reward? I'll take it. Okay. This other thing. Battle pass. Oh, I finished the mission. Okay, that's fine. Give me the thing. Continue. Use the thing. Nice. Back. What is this? Achievements. All right, please and thank you. Always something more to claim. All right, let's go see if I can find whatever this... Oh, of course it's the one that's up there, and I can hear that's a fucking bird. Although, hold on a second. Whoop! Not what I wanted to do. That is the downside. To do the big jumps and stuff, it is just hold the space bar. So if you hold the space bar too much, it you'll actually just start leaping up into the sky. Yoink. Okay. Now what is the best way here to get to the roof? Not that way. Woo! Too much walking. Stop it. She really wants to walk off this fucking roof. Okay. So. Nailed it. No, stop. All right. Uh-oh, I forgot. Oh, it's scroll up. That's right. Where did you go? Oh, wait, no, that's just the nest. Okay. So the thing with picking up these collectibles is you can't really see them behind me, but picking up certain ones actually gives you stats. It gives you different kinds of stats. It could be like elegance, intuition, different kinds of things that are somewhat requirements for, I think it's here, if I go here, abilities, mystic skills are for some of these. Like, one of the ones I have is you get on a flaming horse. But to unlock some of the ones that are, say, locked, like this one, that one's actually new. And what the fuck? Shrink your form. That is new. Where the fuck do you get that? How to learn. Riverside Station who adds extraordinary skills, looking for a talented wanderer with a rare skeleton. Riverside Station? Where is that? But yeah, at one point when I started this game, and the thing is too, like, some of them are really unique how to get. Like this one, this is Flaming Meteor. It's only available from a single boss, and you have to fight the boss by parrying him a certain amount of times before you beat him. And it's not even every parry. You have to parry his Flaming Meteor attack, which is like the red one that if you fuck it up, it'll probably just kill you. But real quick too, let me... Oh, whoops. Did not want to do that. Wanted to upgrade it, please and thank you. Excellent. Because I really like this ability. It's one of my favorites. Okay, why does that say 50? Oh, okay, because it's not ranked up. Which means I'm behind. Ah, yes, pine resin ointment. But that's fine. We'll get that from farming things. But I'll go get that at some other points. And then there's some inner ways, which you get from books or very special missions. It kind of depends. Some of them are specific to the weapon. Some of them are not. Wait, can I see? When I scroll down, it's telling me that one of these can be upgraded, but it doesn't tell me which one. Strange. Oh well. Okay, that was just a quick enhance, because sometimes you can do a bunch at once if you have all of the materials for it. Okay, but I was hoping to find... Oh, go back. J. Ooh. In 2 days to ask Zheng about your plans. Is this the one? I think it is. Or is it Gilded Chase? Fantasy aims to steal Master Wuhan's prized Mirage boat built for a birthday feast. Oh, that's the bounty board one. Okay, yeah, that's a bonus mission. So I think this one is in 2 days. So we need to do... There it is. Time. Scroll. Day after tomorrow. Confirm. Yes, there is a time mechanic in this game. And it is relevant. There are some missions that you can do. Oh, good lord. Oh, good lord. Okay, we'll go here. There are some missions you can do that require you to show up at an exact hour. So you sometimes do have to read the mission details. But, all right. Oh. There are going to be a lot of, here we go. Side items that I may miss.
Where did it go?
Give me that melon, please, and thank you. And you do, actually, hold on. One thing that I think is fun in this game, let's see if this is actually an area you can do it in. Oh, it's not, damn it. So in some areas, oh, there we go. You can cut down the bamboo, but it's not every piece of bamboo, which is always kind of weird. Oh, raspberry. Don't mind if I do. What was that? Oh, okay. So, hi chat. Say hi to Mr. Meowie. He's a good boy. He's very nice. He gives out puzzles. I'm not going to do his puzzle. I am going to take his frog, though. Thank you. Oh god, it gave me meat scraps! Oh, goodness. Alright. Zhang Ying. Plague of the Dawn to Dust still spreads through Kaifeng. Funny, you bought into the gossip. I thought I'd actually take up this post. What I heard wasn't a rumor. Shinny Lun told me himself. He died on his own terms. Good for him. Left behind a bunch of idealistic nonsense after saving the world, and I'm the one stuck listening to it? He's done with this wretched world, doesn't have to see it or think about it ever again. He died with clean hands, and I'm supposed to follow in his footsteps. He believes in you. He doesn't want to be that kind of person. He believes you're a good person. He still remembers when you stood by him saying, let no one starve. He still believes you're his friend, even now. He never says used to be. Apricot Village, the house beneath the white apricot tree. Aww. Okay. Wait, is this the end of a mission I was doing? I thought I couldn't finish this before. So-called Master of... Oh, okay, yeah. Yeah. Stuck wearing his fake skin? What do you mean by that? What do you mean by that? Wait, where did that item go? Bag. Apparently it's not here. Where did it... There it is. Oh, can I not? It doesn't actually let me read it? That's odd, I guess? Huh. Oh, somebody's here. Interesting. But... okay, let's see. I was hoping that... I thought that was the main story. Current path limit? What does that mean? Okay. See, I'm only up to 23% complete, so... oh, that's where the physical location of the challenge area is. Okay. Question mark? Okay, let's go look at the quest thing again. Cause wouldn't be this one. Book of Shadows. Partake in the Heroes Assembly? Didn't I? Is that the main story? Hold on a second. Hold on a second. Where winds meet. Main story icon. Okay, what does the main quest marker look like? Oh, it's the golden one. But... why... why don't we have one? There's no way we've done all of the main mission because I think it's supposed to be here in this lost chapter section, but it's not. It's not at all. Which means... actually, hold on. What did that say? Main story. Okay, maybe I haven't discovered the section. So maybe what we should do is go exploring. We should try to go here, I think. It's been weeks since I played the game. There's no way that it's still out of story, right? I was gonna say, well, because like even then this, what is this? Signpost. Good job, you did it. Thank you. Now, last time I was here, this bridge would like turn you away. So we're gonna go see if it still does. See those diamonds that pop up over their heads?
That person has returned.
If it reaches up higher, they get pissed and they call the police and you become a criminal.
I wonder if I'll be able to see it tonight.
Oh,
Come on.
not gonna turn me away? Okay, so this zone is open. Oh, it made a sound.
Busy.
Oh. Not you. You. Yoink. Ah, yes. Free, easy bonuses. All right, we got 5 minutes until the ad break. So, why are y'all mad at me? That horse is the one that bumped into you. Puppy. Can I pet you? I can feed you. Oh, I have a bunch of meat scraps. That's totally fine for me. Oh, is that it? He just stops barking at me. There is a lot of Russian in chat. Jesus. They think you're affiliated with the horse? I didn't touch the horse. Why are y'all mad at me? All right, new teleports. There's a chest in here that I will take. It is mine now. Even if it's in your house. Yoink. Okay. What you doing up there, guys?
People die. They turn into stars and fly up to heaven. Little Chien, your mother is watching us from heaven.
Oh. Oh. Oh, man. Dad's trying his best, okay? He's trying his best. From Sunstar? Wait, what? What are you on about? All right, so to unlock the full zone here, we need to go talk to this guy, this wayfarer, who is way over there.
The prices outside aren't any better.
So, oh, wait, I see you. So this little guy is another one of the special collectibles. He has a twig in his mouth, and you shoot him, and he drops it. Yoink. Okay. I guess we're going up the mountain. Now, can I do it the fun way, I wonder? I can do it the fun way. Because sometimes the zones are limited. Yum. Ooh. Uh-oh. Oh, the filter didn't work. Why didn't the filter work? Yes, it did. The filter worked. I didn't see the filter at all. That was
Yes
weird.
and no. The map is easy to draw, but I worry that the 1,000-mile landscape beneath my feet is
so very funny sometimes to find the NPCs, which are voiced and which aren't.
He's a smart
Yeah, the
one.
sepia didn't come up.
The ends of
It did the freeze
earth
filter.
are me,
It didn't do the
and
sepia for
I
some reason.
am the ends of the earth. Since we've come to this world, the rivers and mountains of the 9 regions must be measured step by step, stroke by stroke.
I wonder why.
Well said. Here, take this map.
Thanks, buddy. All right. So we do have a bunch of side missions we can go do. And so we have a couple combat zones we can go do. Which I think we will go do one of these because they give rewards. Which I'm just checking some things. That's fine with me. I guess that's what we'll go do for now. This does look like it's going to go to another zone, but I guess we just... So for fun fact chat, we have 2 zones. Konga, Qing, I think is how you say it, and Kaifeng. The Chinese servers have 7 zones. That's just to give you an idea of the scale of this game. We have 2. There's at least 5 more. And I know at least one of them is actually north of Chunga. Why do we get the extra zones? They come out over time. They're part of content and expansions that came out later. We got the global release like 2 years, I think, technically. But we're also about to have the ad break, so I'm going to go ahead and pause this real quick. The pause doesn't really do much of anything. And I'm going to give you all the game. I'm also going to go see who got home because somebody is here. So I'll be back in a few minutes. I also got to pee. I've been sipping on energy drinks. So I will see y'all in a couple minutes. Sponsored iPad, baby. Okie dokie. What I missed, chat? Let me do thingamajig 1, thingamajig 2, finish the game. Time's almost up in 10 seconds. Is there anything I need to claim right now? More battle pass nonsense? Gimme. Recommended combos. Huh. Okay, we are at level 61. Game over! Chats. Chats. What do you have to say for yourself? Do you have any words? Damn, since I get shaved again? You know what? You're right. You're right. We're going to do the waist down this time with the straight razor. Don't move, Sunstar. All right, let's put this away. Let's stop the music. Let me check a thing real quick. Okay. There's a lot of... Wait, what? What do you mean? What do you mean? Okay. We're going to go down here, and we're going to go do a combat zone. Oh, the ability didn't go off. There it is. Do this the fun way, which is to drop. Hello. Oh, already been tagged. That's fine. Eliminate all enemies. Okay, so there's only 8. And weirdly enough, that guy was the only one that triggered. Excuse me. Excuse me.
Stop!
I forgot to loot this guy. Oh. Shut up, you didn't see shit. Whoop. I forgot I have increased distance when it comes to executes. No, I can move it. Would you like me to move it? I wanted to put it in a corner where there wasn't like other stuff and where it kind of made sense. Because if I put it to the top, it cuts off a bunch of stuff for when things trigger on it. Okay, there's another guy up there. I think I could jump up there. No, guess I have to take the ladder. Excuse me. Hello, sir. Die.
Stop.
Yoink, yoink. Crouchy, crouch. So there's 4 left. 1, 2. And I guess there's probably... Oh yeah, there's 2 over there outside the gate. I see you looking at me. He's straight up just looking right up at me. Go ahead, turn around. Alright, we triggered the big man.
Give your name.
And donk. I'm gonna break your shield there, buddy. Now, this guy isn't like a full-on boss, nor is he just a regular mob. He's more of the, mini-boss, lieutenant, whatever you want to call it. Also, wait, where is my... wrong button, but that's fine. Where are my healed things? Forgetting the button for quick use? Medicine. Okay, that is actually a lot better. Okay. Go bully these guards out here. Oh, there's one that's like... Wait. Is he up there? Oh, he's definitely up there. Oh. Oh. Eh. Come on. Oh, hi, buddy. Poor guy.
Stop!
I always think it's funny, too, that they do the stop. And then we'll just execute this guy. Or you can just turn around for some reason. Okay. And then it spawns the boss. After you kill all of the mobs inside the area. I've come for your aglets. Why my aglets? Have you been playing Terraria?
Give your name.
But yeah, he's very much like the first one we fought. He has the same shields. He just has a boss's health bar. It's literally better to just destroy his shield because it has so little health. I just froze him. You get nothing, good day, sir. Almost dead. Okay, there we go. So then you kill him, and then a chest spawns. And because this is technically a combat zone, interact with the chest. Depending on what level you are, you can only claim it once, but because I am above 60, I get to claim it 4 times. But it does use 4 times the energy, which you can kind of see right here above. But it also quadruples your rewards, which is nice because you get a lot of items and a lot of experience. Hell yeah. I leveled up fucking twice from that. See? Leveling up's easy in this game. I also play this game? Well, hell yeah. Okay, but because we also just, like, increased our max level, we kinda gotta go check the gear that we got. Because... modify the gear set... What? You can change the set attributes? Free attempts this season 8. That's new. Hell yeah. Okay. Did I get 61? Do I? It's 91, 187. I think it'd be better to find a different one. And then we will... Oh, whoops. Not what I wanted to do, but that's fine. Okay, hold on. Let's do, what did we get? 61 max HP. That mastery rank is lower, but I'm also looking at the stats are genuinely just better. Okay, what is your attacking while defending? Okay, that's the tank set, but it almost doesn't matter because we're changing it. Okay. Place you. We didn't get any legs. Yeah, it genuinely gives higher stats and everything, even before the tuning for it. Didn't get anything for these. Didn't get anything for these. Anything for this. Why are you... Erudition? Oh, man. Oh, we gotta go do meow meow stuff. Universal Harmony? Huh. All right, so next time we see meow meow missions, we gotta do them. See, these are all the stats that you get from doing collectible stuff. And sometimes they'll stop you from equipping items that are actually better, which is unfortunate. Damn. Okay, so let's do... Are you already tuned to the max? No, you're not. Do I want to use all of these? Ooh. I don't think so. I don't think I do. I especially don't want to use the spear. Did I? Let's actually undo that one too. That's fine. We'll just use these. Okay. In here. Double check the stats. That's fine. Do we... hitting a heavy attack pursuit. No, we're gonna swap that. Back to that. And then... I'm pretty sure the one we want here is this one with the Eagle Rise. Damage over time. Yes, that's exactly what I want. And then we're going to force change this one to... Okay. So I don't know if I can help with you. Wait, with what? What if I could hammer out 50 levels this evening to help Marin? It's maybe possible. I don't know if it gives you the requirement of like having to wait 24 hours at certain milestones anymore. That's what it did early on when this game launched. I don't know if it's still a thing. Genuinely have no idea. But 61. Let's tune you. Oh. Huh. Doesn't give me the option. So let's go to Arsenal again to put in more things that we just took off. Because it gives us more stats. Still haven't quite hit the mastery level yet, but that's fine. That's going to stay there until we make this helmet have a higher mastery than this one. So kind of ignore that right now. Battle Pass, give me that. We leveled up Battle Pass again. 2 hours and we've already hit level 12 in the Battle Pass. Told you it was easy. Told you this wasn't as scary as it looked. Okay, nothing else here. Let's go do another combat zone. So you see how the one we just did fades out? That usually means it's going to be empty, and that will reset at different points. Let's go... I kind of want to go do that. But... we're going to do a couple things. Oh, whoops, not what I wanted to hit. I wanted to track it, because we're going to go grab some of the little teleport places. We're not going to do the big jump. We're going to do... oh! Hello? Oh, hi! I forgot that there were wolves in this game. I'm not gonna lie. Okay. Fine, the wolves can't reach me up here. Because the umbrella is the master of cheese. Okay. They are beefy, but it's also because technically we just leveled up the world. And we don't have full gear yet. And then there's just... Moon, is that you? Come on. Okay. Now, I kind of just wanted to come... What the fuck are those? Oh, they're pheasants! And yes, you can farm animals in this game. And they can have crucial ingredients. Because sometimes these ingredients are necessary to level up things like outfit pieces and stuff. So in the first zone, when you go back and play, you're going to find deer. Deer are going to be the first ones you find. You can hunt, and they're pretty easy. But some other ones you're going to need in the future are going to be a lot harder to find. In the year 2026, what's happening? It was a very moon moment. Okay. Okay. That is in chest here. Yoink.
The familiar taste.
I'm mostly grabbing the teleport here so then we can head west, I think. Yeah, we'll loop around there, so we'll also grab that one. But if you look at the mini-map, you can see a bunch of little pixie. It's kind of hard to see, it's above me. Little pixie shapes. Those collectibles are shockingly abundant, so we're gonna go get some of these collectibles. Which they actually change based on the zone. So this one is like here. It's on the roof. Oh, I hear it. It's this one. So you can see like there's that little sound profile inside this box. If I hit the box, it falls apart. And then it just took off. Come back here, chucklefuck. It's a mouse. Hell yeah. A weasel. I actually do need the weasel because it's relevant to my current gear. But yeah, these things are very prevalent, and you can take them to certain vendors in the area to... Okay, hold on, let's grab this. I ran right past it and didn't realize it. Frog, I hear you. There you are, come here. Moonbeam frog. Now, I don't remember the pheasants being here when I last played, so they're either new or I was previously blind. But I also do know the deer actually try to run away from you when they're in a pack. All right, let's go bully some guys. Hi, guys. What are you doing?
Want a piece of me? That's what you get.
Oh, that's because I don't have the right things attached. It's fine. Get back on the ground. He's standing in the fire and taking damage for it. Oh no, that's my poison going off. That wasn't the fire sizzling. Okay. Poor guy. And thank you for the loot. Okay. Skinned weasels to yourself to help with stat boost? Yeah, kind of. Kind of. That is... Oh, there you are. It's like, where is it going? And like I said, these actually give, they give stats. So it is kind of important that you do them. And each type of the collectible gives a unique stat. Oh, hey, there's a box here randomly. Talent points! Don't mind if I do. But we're not going to go that far because I still have other things I need to level up way back here. What is this? Immune to a single instant damage exceeding 30% of your... Ooh! Sold. Survivability always works. Wait. What are you? Some other bird. Oh, it's the frog. I hear it. Okay, there it is. Ooh. That's another thing I absolutely love about this game is sometimes you'll just be wandering around doing stuff and then you just stumble upon shit. Like there's a whole well right here. Sometimes you can actually drop down in there and find stuff, but I'm not going to do that. Or like, it's always such a weird thing when you read or watch like wuxia stuff because the timelines are so wonky all the time. Especially when like immortals are a thing, when it's like, I've trained for multiple thousands of years. Or like, I've been training for 1,000 years. And they look like a teenager or some shit. Or in this case, there's this what looks like an ancient mural. Could be an ancient mural, but also at the same time looks very much like the stuff already around in like the city and everything. Not in the well. It's fine. It'll be fine. I'm sure it'll be fine. Probably. Right? What are you doing standing around here? Here, let's grab the teleport before I go grab that box. Box. Oh! I still got it. Drive-by looting. Okay. There's another one here. Oh, it's a moonbeam frog. Gimme. You hop towards me, you dingus. Okay. What are you guys? Oh, somebody. Oh, he sees me. That's fine. But... Oh, we were coming to this combat zone. That's right. You know what? We might as well fight these guys. Come here. Hi, guys. Wait, what is that weapon? What is that? I want the orb weapon. Okay, I may need to check the weapon log to see if they've added new weapons. I want whatever that is. Hello? Oh, I forgot I can cook things. Doink. I need to cook that many. Egg steamed clams. You know what? I'll just use all the clams I have. Ribbit, was your stomach growling? Lamau ears? Hey, listen, it happens, okay? Plus, doing these things actually does give you some, like, stats and stuff in the background. Veggie mix. Squat time. Work the core. Turn that mindset into grind set. Oh my god. All right. Do we gotta do it right now? All right. I guess we do. Oh wait. What are you? Doink. Okay. Let me wait. Bag. Gear. Oh, it's still the helmet. Okay. Let me see here real quick. Again, I wish I could kind of just put it in here as an upgrade thing, but no such luck. No such luck. Weird. Okay, that's right. We still don't have anything for them. The squats? No, we're going to do the squats. I promise. We're going to do the squats. All right. I got to do 20 squats, and I do owe somebody push-ups. I owe Bob push-ups from the beginning of stream. All right, let's do these. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 8, 9. Wait, 8, 9. Wait. What was I? Did I just start counting backwards? What happened? Or did I did 10? I don't know if I did 10. Fuck. 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. How did I fuck up that bad? That was weird. All right. And then I got to do the push-ups. Let me do the push-ups for y'all real quick. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Whew. Okay. You did 22? That's fine. That's fine. You get 2 freebies. Whew. Okay, where was I? What are we doing? Fuck are you? Oh, pine resin. Okay. Which is also one of the things I need to upgrade my weapons. Which I don't think these guys are giving me. Alright, let's go get in trouble.
You've chosen the path of death.
Sir, are you just gonna sit here? Oh, you are just sitting here watching me beat the shit out of your buddy. Oh, it's flop divine crap. I guess I'm out of poison stuff. Damn, I kind of want these guys' weapons. You get nothing. Good day. Give me that. Give me that. Going up. How many do we have? 15? Okay. Oh, hi. You can see shit. Now, I'm pretty sure I remember having a skill that lets me, like... Oh, there he goes.
Who's there? You're dead.
Am I? I don't feel dead. Okay. Moon minute. Okay, I am getting pine resin. That's actually really good. God, look at how tall he is. Fuck it, we ball. Oh, the poor guy. Now, this is a mob type that I actually haven't seen. I think he just bled out behind me. Oh, he has a chain sword. This guy's having a lot of cool weapons. I'm kind of jealous. All right, hold on. Let's go see real quick. Develop. Not talents, abilities, martial arts. And then... Nope, they're not here. They're still just the ones that we started with, which shucks a lot. Although my spear technically is higher than my umbrella, it looks like. Oh yeah, it's way higher than my umbrella. Which I can't actually upgrade. Oh no, that's the heal one. Where's the other one? Oh, duh, it's equipped here. Man. Okay, let's go. We're gonna swap this actually. Go back, go to gear, go here. And then was this the 61? Why is your master so much higher? Huh. Heaven Quaker, yes. And then we'll go ahead and tune it. Yeah, that's fine. Silk binds. We're not using silk bind weapons, but yes, this is technically an MMO. If you want to play it as an MMO, I'm currently doing solo mode. Wait, what is... Okay, it's still just marking gear. That's probably fine. How close are you to a breakthrough? Okay, you still need more of these. Which, really quick, we actually need to go buy, because we have 17,000 fish. Let's do all these. Purchase. All these. Purchase. Because we have so many fucking jade fish, we can actually just buy, like, so many of the weekly stuff. That's 5,000. Do we want to spend it on that? I want to spend it on something else. Coins, 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 coins. You know what? We're back down to 6K. That's fine. Okay. So I need Bellstrike Umbra. And... Okay, just Bellstrike Umbra. Go to bag. Go to here. Open... all of them. Here, open all. Because that one's just a random one. Go back. Go back to develop. Rank up, breakthrough. Okay. That'll make fighting some of these guys quite a bit easier. Sticker time. A gender swap Sakuna. Play where menus meet? Yeah, it is where menus meet. You are right. Oh, wait. Oh, you use a different. Got you. Yeah, this one uses pine resin. The other one uses the lock-looking things. Hey, listen. If it works and if it's fun, does it matter? Oh, nice. All right. Anything else? Did that give me any abilities to rank up? It doesn't seem like it. Custom martial arts. Okay, how many do we have? 34, 42, 32. That's fine. Go back. Path guide. Damn. Whoops. Whoops. Why did that do the thing? It's the 4 eyes. That's why Sakina. Oh, I figured. But also, welcome in, Sunjiro. Can always have more eyes? Can always have more eyes. How many more you want? That's a very important question. Anyway, I think we're good here. Because... Okay, that's fine. I don't think I need to worry about any of these. Like, this is just kind of a false lead. It's just mad that the mastery ranking is higher. How can I unlock you, though? More settings. Ooh, how do I... Nope, that didn't work. Obtain more, filter. Just the button, is it? No, it's not that. It's slot adjustment. Ooh. Slot leveling, you can freely select arena attunements. Okay, that's for PvP stuff. So... Ah, I see. Okay, so if you go here, you can forcibly select... Confirm balancing. The set bonuses that you want. Wow, it actually gives you epics versus legendaries. So... do that. Oh, I see. Okay. Okay, that's something for later, when I decide to actually do PvP. For 3v3? Okay, I figured. That's what I figured. I said it was arena. But... that's it for here. I'm kind of upset, though, now seeing, like, these cool weapons that these people have here. I want that weird orb. Hello.
Who's there?
Oh, hello. Oh, you teleported. That's a new skill set that I hadn't seen. Because, like, there's already dual daggers in the game. But that wasn't a dual dagger skill. Okay. Now, is there anything you're hiding in these rooms? Because there usually is. Oh. All right, what do you say? Book in here on bed. Ooh. Strange Tales of the Roaring Sands. People actually use the signpost pretty respectfully in this game, which is even funnier. We don't get finger butthole in this game that often. All right. Okay, it's in there. That's fine. I want to get this bird first. Whoop. Almost super jumped by accident. Darn it. Hello? All right, are you just the nest one? You are just the nest one. Thank you. Oh, below? That was weird.
The signs have changed.
Whoop. You know what? Fuck it. We ball. Saw that skip, my guy. See, that is I want to know what this is. It looks like an astrology type weapon. Why don't we have those cool weapons? Trying to dodge, but his butt is too fat. I'm on that. Oh, whoa. buddy. I don't think that worked out for you. Okay. So... we could probably just assassinate this guy. Right. Nice. 9 luminate... Oh, lamp. Lamp? Okay. That makes me feel like there's a puzzle with this. Because this game doesn't usually let you do something without reason. Alright, there's 2 in over here. Oh, shit, don't fall. Hi, buddy.
Bad fortune follows you, kid. Hey.
I don't know why. That thing really reminds me of the Astrologian. Probably because of the stars, literally. You just gonna sit there and self-buff? Or you actually... I think he's trying to hit me. I can't tell, though. Oh, yeah, he was trying to hit me. Man, what's all that new noise? Oh, well. Oh, well, probably nothing. Must have been the wind. Must have been the wind. Okay. And there's another guy wandering right there. And then there's one more outside the wall. Excuse me, pardon me, coming through. Okay. Thank you. Oop, there he is. It is always weird to me that they seem to look at you for a good portion of when you're stealthing around for some reason. Hi, Akon. How are you doing, bud? All right, let's go fight a boss. Hey, buddy.
Who's there? Here I come!
Luminar. Oh, here's the chainsword. No! Stay in the corner. Stay in the corner. This game is very satisfying. Wait, is he holding a shield too? I just realized that. Is he holding a buckler or is that another one of those like astrolabe looking things? He hasn't used it for anything. Okay. Let's go take this. Let's get all of the rewards. Oh, it's a rope dart. Okay, I was like, what is that? Ancestral Soul. What are you? Sword Trial Campaign Challenge, Outpost Challenge. Okay, it's probably progression currency is what I'm guessing. Looks for me. And with Guild's Newbie Outfit Pack. Huh. Huh. Oh, there's another chest in there.
Stay alert.
What the fuck? Where'd you come from? Wait, who got triggered? Hello? There's no enemy on the map. Is it below me? I'm thinking that's what it was. So hold on a second. That usually means that there's a secret somewhere. It could be a down staircase. It could be behind a bookcase. Maybe it's not in here. Here, what does this say? That ain't English. I don't know what that is. All right. Real quick, bag stuff. Open those. All the activities. Open those, which are all going to be Bell Strike. Consume soup. Darn. Put all those. Real quick. I have 146. I don't think I want any of these right now. That's fine. Develop. That's fine. That's gear, but now we actually have things that we could probably upgrade. So real quick. Gear levels. We still didn't get any leg armor. God damn it. 61. That's actually fine. We're gonna tune this one. We'll just tune it twice. Not a good upgrade, but that's fine, I say. Just fine. Tune.
All right, time
Jesus.
to execute my trick. No, miss.
That legitimately scared me for a second. Okay, yeah. Oh, hell yeah. Tune. That's fine.
Scary skeletons and shivers down your spine. Shrieking strength will shock your soul, seal your doom tonight.
That was sensory overload is what that was. Pretty sure that's what that was. Why are you like this? Oh, that barely did anything. Okay, so what do we have? 51, 51, 61, 61. Passive ability. 56, 56. Of which we still haven't got more shit for those. Damn it. Bum, 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 bum. Okay, I think it's because we just rolled over for the day. That's fine. No, not gear. I wanted to go to bag. Bum, 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 bum. Okay. Now it's equip. Oh, okay. I remember what that is. I remember what that is. Overstim GPT downloading the entirety of Twitter to generate a new. No! Not the entirety of Twitter. I don't think that would go well for anyone. I also don't know why it doesn't let me do some other things. Oh, there it is. So I can't upgrade something. Is there a marker? Am I missing it? Oh, it's this one. Breakthrough. Don't mind if I do. Do you have Sword Horizon Inner Way? Do you have, by chance, have any idea how it works? The Sword Horizon Inner Way? This one? The one I'm using? Perfect time during the end phase to cast Crisscrossing Swords? No, I don't know how to get it to trigger. Because I'm very dumb. And I haven't played in a long time. All path challenges. Gimme. 20? All right, go ahead and use that. And it looks like it didn't give us enough of anything to rank it up. That's always marked. That's fine. Gib letter. More energy pills. Delete, 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 close. All right. So we were going to do, let's not mark. Oh, 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 whoops a daisies. Is that? Oh, it was. It was because they clicked that. Okay, so that actually bodes well. So let's go to... Damn it, I keep hitting the wrong fucking button, dude. We're going here because that's the above ground teleport spot. Yoink. Just press the skill button again if the animation ends. Oh my god. I landed in the tree, which is very funny. Yoink. And then we'll just drop. An unnatural omen. Okay, that's the mission. Ooh. Oh Lord, is she flying? I do be flying. I do be flying. I love knowing I'm smiling in that emote. Oh my god. Shoot the hat in the air to disable their invisibility. Hat? In the air? What can I do that for? Why can't I just... While they praise the sun. Just kind of... Oh, I see. Swap to the boat, please. Oh, that was below the health bar. I wasn't actually looking at the hat. Okay, nice. Get nothing. Good day. Fuck you, tall man. Come on. I'm waiting. Listen, flicking in and out of the mist is cool and all, but... Bitch. Okay. I think it aggroed the guy on the stairs. At least I think it did. When I... Oh, Jesus. Nope, stop. Oh, get down.
Save me.
You did better.
Yes, you can eavesdrop in this game.
The point? That
master enough without sparing you a glance.
And
everything else spare your life? Huh. Come on. Why aren't you running up the wall this time? Stop it. Alright, whatever. Fine, we'll do it the fun way. Turn the dragon head facing the mountain in front. Please okay. Excuse me. Alright, are you gonna aggro?
Stay alert.
I still got the execute. Works for me. Free execute. You guys gotta get a little bit better at the whole sneaking up behind people thing. If you want to know something that's also funny about this game, chat, your character is canonically 16 years old. At this moment, the character that you play as is 16. Alright, what do you have to say, bud? It's voice.
I'm fine.
Evi plays the minor. It's 16 in medieval Japan, not Japan, medieval China.
You're a master.
Technically, it's an adult.
Below.
But also, it's like... It's weird considering how sometimes old you can make your character look.
A sword dragon.
It has the same problem with the new Neo game.
Master Dalgood.
Because you technically are supposed to play as the young lord soon to become Shogun. But you can make yourself look like an old fucking man. Okay, mountain. Mountain. Dragon head, look towards mountain. Oh, was it that one? Is that the one I need to go down and rotate? Oh no, is it this one? Am I taking this? Ah. Oh, I have to hold it. Don't ask me how the mechanism works. I don't know. Oh, and it snaps into place. Did that just turn? Uh-oh. I think that just turned into an elevator. All right. Whee! And non-fantasy for that matter. I mean, like, oh my god. Fuck, dude. I mentioned this in the beginning. Oh, hey, there's a chest here. But I love the setting here. Just the number of things that you do in this game. There's Arabic in chat. Huh. That's like just the setting, the inverted like tower here with the storage archive in the center. I think there's like a corpse here. Wait, maybe that's not a corpse. Tattered 8 trigrams. Okay. Final letter. The Purple Star Calamity looms a century hence. Among the 1,000 secret tomes bequeathed by our revered ancestors lies the heart of the mystery. That secret is concealed within a revolving bookcase. Impressive. Now that I've uncovered the truth, I have no regret in my life. Are you the revolving bookcase? You seem like you would be the revolving bookcase, but also how the fuck do people get onto the bookcase? There's railing and stuff, but there's no stairs. That's the elevator shaft. All right, let's go here. What does the signpost say? Solution? What the fuck? Oh. Okay, hold on. Let me see. Was that what was on... Oh, I hit the elevator. That's why. Whew! Whew! Where was the Bagua thing? Hello? God, the sound design, man. View clue was... Oh, is that where it is now? Ah, yeah, there it is. Weird. It looks like it's just like lining up the things. So like 3 slashes. Okay. No. What the hell? Oh, okay, it's a switch. Got it. That looked like the one that was on top of the thing, right? Okay, it's only the 2. I don't remember the thing here. Huh. Okay. But how do you determine that from the clue? Oh. Seemed like all of them made the ka-chunk sound. Open sesame! No iPad. Oh shit, no iPad. I'm sorry, I was doing a puzzle. I'm sorry, Ding Dong. It's too late. There's only 7 seconds. All right, Sunstar, go ahead. Go ahead, yell at me. All right, we missed the ad break. Go ahead and yell at me. It's okay, you didn't miss anything. I just rotated the wheel and opened the door. Hello? There's a lever here. And a lever there. And a respawn point here. That doesn't bode well. The like Yama King statues? Huh. Go downstairs. Rotating wheels are cool though. I mean, it was just kind of spinning them to line them up. Ooh. Oh, hi. You guys sit down here. I'm gonna go ahead and take that loot from behind you. Come on, think fast. The amount of times that these guys will just decide to puff into smoke. Oh, they all dodged that. That's fine. Think fast. Give me your shits. What do these say? Ruby died down here? Oh my god. Okay. Careful, sneak attack. What's sneaky about them? Oh, it says go downstairs again. Is it just gonna go lower? Okay, I guess we pull the lever again. Smoking the shit that puts you in third person? Oh. I'm going down. I'm yelling timber. I probably shouldn't run in circles. I sometimes wish I could view life in 3D. Didn't somebody release a video recently where they did that with like one of those 360 cameras? Oh, hi. Sketch. Just hanging out in the corner. Oh, I don't want to get too close to that because it may trigger something. Buddy, listen, that boot is very flashy and it's very cool. Oh, wait, okay, it didn't trigger anything. Works for me. Is that Guan Yu? That's almost certainly the Jade Emperor, right? Is that what this is? Is this like the Celestial Council or something? Fuck, it's so cool! My life is like a video game? Ew. 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 That's like the people that have I'm level and then your age in like your social media. Room hella bugged ahead. Be careful. No jumping or wall strides. Ooh. Okay, am I gonna like phase through the ground or something? Uh-oh. Another respawn point. Holy shit. A bunch of like scholars. Some of them are missing heads. And then there's... Can't tell. I'm about to level up. Christ. Christ. Free game, by the way, chat. Free game, by the way. I paused my game. Oh, yeah, those fucking shirts. Also, it's lapis or like sapphire engraved diagram. A regular soldier. So, like a square inside a dome. An orrery in the center. Hi, buddy. How are you doing? Doors show the symbols that match your trigram scrap. Can I interact with this? This is a smaller version of the thing that was on. That looks like a door. Oh, there's another door. The thing is, when we looked here, there's 3 different rooms. So... Oh, for stage information? The Dial of Heaven cannot be altered. Before his physical body and spiritual essence dissipated, Patriarch of Lone Star casts his final divination. Enemy weakness. Oh, bamboo cut weakness. Gotcha. I can't talk to you. I feel like I'm supposed to talk to him, though. I feel like maybe that may be one of the... Wait a second. Can I pick you up? No, I can't. Okay. Plasma games to be here. Level 50, baby? Oh my god. Can I interact with the doors, maybe? I don't think it... Oh. Ooh. No. Maybe that's the bug? That match your trigram scrap. Looking to see if there was... Ooh! Okay, I guess I just... Because I went that way and then came down, I didn't trigger the event. That's hilarious. Ow. Oh, got you. I should just switch to spear because it's better AoE. Okay. Hi. Hi. One has the scythe and one has the chain sword. Let me just stab both of you in the stomach, please, thank you. Oh, they're actually doing something with it. Oh, that's why. Okay, that's the one thing that those guys do with the... Uh-oh. Well, take your time. I'm fine. I can wait. Here. A big fist. Okay. Stupid. Buddy, you can be invisible all you want. See if I care. You take damage the same, apparently. None of us, we're not running. It's fine. Here, have calm. Victory. Check the trapped person's condition. Also, hold on a second. I need to eat some food. I wish to eat my chowder. Or I guess my braised fish head instead. Use that. Alright, what do you have to say?
Who are you?
I'm only level 24, but these level 60s to level 80s are all really fucking stupid. Oh, you're still doing that. Oh, show Jade Pendant.
Xuan Yuan cult could be anywhere. It's not safe here. Let's go.
No. The Purple Star Doom isn't broken. We can't leave yet.
Food is
It
very
could be
good.
worth more than your life.
Sorry. I cannot tell you.
Please don't die on the spot. Oh, he's definitely dying on the spot.
Before coming, Master Lonely Cloud gave me 4 brocade bags.
Brocades?
I nearly died back there. And used one of them to learn this place.
I feel like I'm supposed to know what those words mean. They're supposed to feel very important. I just don't know, dude. I just don't know.
Take it.
Check the omen, check the divination result. We can probably do both,
The flying
right?
stars revolve around the central palace. 3 enclosures are where the spirit pearls hide. Gather the 3 and move the stars.
It should mean you're in the central palace. Open the room of the 3 enclosures and retrieve the spirit pearls.
Okay, that's pretty
Hexagram.
easy.
Earth Mountain Modesty. Upper Kun. Lower Gen. Omen. White Tiger. Kun. Gen. White Tiger. The door symbols.
Many things? Are you sure?
You've got the idea. Good.
Ooh. Okay, so it's a tattered... Okay, I got you. Gotcha. So, interact with this. But... we'll do that one first. So, the kind of trident-looking one and the... one that definitely isn't a dancing television. Oh. Wait. Oh, that's the tiger. That's not the dragon. That's the black turtle, with the dragon turtle. That's the tiger. Okie dokie.
So that's it.
When they put hyper in the game? Oh no. Fuck, dude, I love the setting in this game. Every dungeon is just so fucking cool. Like my... Ooh. The fact that the statue's still painted is kind of cool. The thing, too, is a lot of these statues are, essentially, like, actual statues from certain places, but they still have their color. Because a lot of places... Oh, hello, there's a chest over here. I'm going to take that before I go touch anything else. Thanks for the loot, nerd. Okay, are we going to have to do... Oh, no. Okay, so those are already glowing. Okay, so let's do the outer one. They have to connect somewhere. Which means... which one has, like, the edge of a... Here we go. No. Oh. There we go. Just a matching puzzle. All right, do I have to fight a giant tiger? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Get out! Out, you ungrateful dog!
This is about to something?
Now, a foot in the grave and still throwing tantrums.
It's just victim A and victim B.
Come on, then. But can you even lift that sword anymore? Don't blame me, little savior. Blame yourself from 10 years ago.
There's the scene where they took the picture.
Do you regret saving him?
Inner demon? That's not good. Regrets? Do not regret. Ooh. Ooh. Regret? Regret. Regret? Regret.
My only regret is I didn't kill him.
Oh, neat.
3 enclosures are where the spirit pearls hide. Is this it?
Also, these cushions. God. Okay. Let's go back. I guess we have to do all 3. Oh, Jesus. Woo! Get off the wall. Stop. Why are you jumping? Stop. Get off the fucking wall. I'm not holding shift or anything. Stop.
Stop. Stop.
Are you going mad? What's the deal? Are you okay? Who are you talking to?
The treasure the omen spoke of is a pearl. I got it.
But it said there's 3.
Brocade back.
Heaven-water conflict. Upper chin. Lower water. Black tortoise hidden.
Okay. Oh, the other one isn't glowing. Interesting. Here, we gotta look at the clue. Okay, hold on. So, okay, this one with the 3 waves, so that one. Dash, dash, long line, dash, dash. Opposite of that one. That ain't it. That ain't it. That ain't it. There it is. The young voice sounds about right. Yeah. The thing is, too, is I'm not going to spoil it for everyone for the plot and stuff. Because if you want to play it, it has a very good story. There is a very tragic beginning. So you'll also find out why they're so young and why they're doing what they're doing. Okay. This one gonna have a chest in it too. I don't see one. Oh, I see the icon. It's right here. Oh, hi.
Dead.
Why are you all hiding in here? I'm still taking your shit, my dude. Wait, he got an egg custard on him? How long you been sitting in here, guy? one actually lined up fine, but that's totally fine. We got to do it from the outside in anyway. No? Okay, rotate this. Is it this one? There it is. It's not going to be that connection. Ooh. It's this one. There we go. So this is supposed to be a different deity, I'm guessing. So he has a pearl. Welcome back to the mist. Ooh, begging.
Please, great hero. My mother hasn't eaten in 3 days. I had no choice.
Okay, is this the 10 years before?
Brother.
I'm fine. Here, for your mother. Don't let it happen again.
I don't know if I trust a man who is
I'll never forget
holding a
your
gigantic scimitar. Should not be lying.
Brother, you're just letting
Hey,
them
Scotty,
walk?
what are you doing? Damn, it's fucking windy.
We're alive because you're stronger than all of them. But what if you hadn't beaten them?
That's a very good
Those
point.
people had run into...
Wait, why did the voice just cut out?
Brother, being kind to bad guys is being cruel to good people.
Will you
I
be
mean-
the villain who cuts down evil? Or the saint who begs wolves to spare sheep?
Ooh. Do we just go bad on this? Oh, wait, this is weird options. Villain or good? Is basically just, I guess, be the villain and kill them, or be good and, like, spare them, even if they're bad people? I think is what they're getting at. Intense Call of the Sea flashbacks. It's really good, Mando. If you haven't played it, I recommend it. It's free. Free game, by the way. Gotta be the good person? Okay. Even if we regretted in the last one, we'll do that. Ooh. That was weird.
This isn't right. Xuanyuan cults tampered with something. They must be after... Jin Zhongyuan.
I mean... Probably?
Brother, don't.
Are we gonna find out that this is like the younger brother? Like this is the younger kid that we saw there? Total evil death kill, all burn all fun evil in volcanoes. Yes.
The third brocade bag.
Is maybe he's also seeing the visions? I
Mountain
genuinely
Lake
don't know.
Restraint. Upper Gen. Lower Due. Vermilion bird in chaos.
Okay, so we need to find the bird. Rotate. And then... What is that? Okay. There it is. So... Dot dot, double dash. Okay. Opposite of that one. Not that one. Not that one. Definitely not that one. There it is. It's what a hero would call for. True. The thing is, though, is I think they're basically meaning... Oh. Wow, I was really slow there for a second. It's they call like all the people that kind of wander the martial world heroes, which if you read like a novel or a manhwa or anything, usually they kind of call them immortals. It's just for whatever reason they call them heroes here. Also the mini pagodas, those are kind of cool. Also there's a chest right here. Think I wasn't gonna see you. Any chuckle fuck? Nope, nope, we're good? Okay. Oh, they're all like Buddha tiles. Huh. That one has a pipe or a beating stick? I can't tell. Ooh, Jesus. These rotate a lot. Is this puzzle gonna change a bit? No, it's this square one. The square hole. Okay, no, it doesn't move. Okay, good. Oh no, it does move. Huh. Oh, it's because I'm an idiot and I was on the wrong one. Never mind. Go back. Oop. No, okay, it does actually move the middle one. Okay, that's weird. So we gotta like finagle this? Or does it need to connect? Oh, okay. See, I currently have the other one selected. Why are you not connecting? Oh, that's because I'm on the wrong one, aren't I? There we go, it's that one. There we go. Finagle it. Enough punishments in the world, we need more Supermans? More Supermans? So we probably should have done the do not regret option. Okay, that's the younger brother, it sounds like.
See? Swinging a blade isn't so hard.
Mysterious voice? A voice! Oh, it's the inner demon, isn't it?
I'm you. I don't bite. If I weren't, how would I know your thoughts? Brother, law shows no mercy. If hunters won't kill wolves, I will...
Is it Lurkwell doing work? Oh, yeah, hectic. Some Hey Kiddo vibes? Hey Kiddo.
Tigers isn't
I mean, it is. That's basically what Wally is in Warframe, is like the inner demon.
Hypocrisy.
He tries to steer you to do not so great things. RPG math is pain. RPG math is always pain. Making it exist works. Balancing it can come later. Plus, it's a TTRPG. Balance can be thrown out for a while, and then you can consider it later. It's not that big of a deal.
Kill him.
Plus, a lot of the times they kind of just slam numbers on it, and then they play test it, and then you figure out what feels strong, what feels stupid. Kill! 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 No, we're not gonna let him. We're not gonna let him. Somebody said the Superman thing. We gotta be more like Superman, chat. We gotta be more like Superman. All right. Not just because they sound like the operator. That makes sense. Ooh. Wait, is it doing an effect that wasn't there? Oh, no. The orrery's gone. He's just there. Fuck, this is a boss fight, isn't it? Oh, no. Oh, okay. This will be fine. This will be fine. Hey, buddy. Well, at least I hit the hero's tomb earlier. Would be proud of you. Yay. All right. All right. Hey, buddy, did you get tall? Oh, it's the inner demon himself.
Yin and Yang inverted. Let's flip the world on its head.
Okay. Wow, you are too squishy. There's no way that's right. Okay, so maybe this isn't a major fight. Either that or we're about to have some serious change in venue. I think that's what this is gonna be.
Save the world.
Are you gonna save the world? Yeah, see, that was no way it was that easy.
The world.
Phase 2?
To save the world.
But if Jin Zhongyuan can't save just one, what hope is there for the rest of the world? If all are dead, there is no world.
No, nothing? Damn it. Oh, come on. Oh, man. I was hoping for one of the cool boss fights that this game has. Damn it. It's fine.
Thank you, young wanderer. How can I repay you?
We really just beat your inner demon for you. So, attractive award. Don't mind if I do.
Simple enough. Give this pendant to Outer Sun and Kaifeng.
Ooh.
He'll reward you handsomely.
Okay. Today's secrets.
Had to expose me, didn't you? Whether demon within or doom from the stars. I never thought good and evil. Right and wrong.
He was just a scrub. Yeah, he was a scrub. Yeah, sadly there's no whip blade in the game that we can pick up.
Purple Star Calamity means the calamity of the world. I didn't get it then. But now, one thought may save all beings. Or bring endless suffering.
Making the mother of all omelets here, Jack. Can't spread over every egg.
Yeah, I guess he was just a scrub.
Too tangled.
Which is unfortunate because this game has some crazy cool boss fights.
Take care.
All right, well, we hit max level again. So it doesn't look like we actually have a time limit, so we need to go do challenge mode. Challenge mode. Ooh. Oh no, it's a time trial. Okay, let's do this. Ranged martial arts, external damage, affinity rate, affinity damage. That's actually better. Oh, hi guys. Oh, it's the zombies. That's fine. I forgot they explode for a second. Oh shit. Bad touch. Okay. Wait, did I get the other one? Actually, I guess I got the other one and just didn't realize that he already exploded. Hi, guys. That's a lot of damage. Alright, you can explode? Doesn't look like it. Okay. Did I do it? Is there more? There's more. Okay. It's downloaded, I can't wait. Oh, there we go, we did it. First clear, let's go. First try, baby, first try. Ooh, loading screen. Loading screen. Wide loading screen. Oh, okay. Don't forget the rewards, because they're important. Is there money and jade? And then we can do you. Upgrade everything. Hell yeah. Alright. Then we gotta do upgrade shit again. God damn it. Oh wow. Doink, doink, doink. Wait, what are you? Wait a second. Okay, we're gonna tune you. Because you are better by like a lot. Because this ring is really old. Here we go. I was gonna say, it's not letting me replace it. Place you. Okay, still 61. I don't think we're gonna get... I don't know if there's a 66 type stuff. Yeah, we'll just put that in. We still haven't got... Here, did it give us anything in our bag for that? It did. And those. And that's 2 there. 4 there. Okay. But I don't think I have... You didn't give me any other weapons. That's okay. Here was 61. Oh, it did give us leg armor. Okay, hold on. Hold on. Doink. Doink. Let's actually just do this. We're just gonna do replace on everything. Oh, my erudition isn't high enough to equip that. That's why. Neither is this one. Still fine. Okay, it looks like it's still all 61. So... 50. Okay, that's 50, not 60. I thought it was 60 for a second. I got nervous. Put that there. Wow, we really don't have a piece to put in there, I guess. Okay. Wait, did that say path? Hold on a second. Switch path. This one. Okay, that's much better. And gotta do this. Coarse fur. Oh, right, the general store. But let's do this real quick. Buy that. Use that. Yeah. Let's just use all of it, because then we can do this. 25, 25. Okay, so this one needs to catch up. Oh, I don't have any more. Okay. That's fine. Okay. Sometimes this is the downside of being away for a long time, is the amount of shit that just gets thrown at you. We did rank up here. Yes, yes. New outfit. It's kind of ugly. Ah, yes, path is strong. Oh. I want the regular ones. Because I'm not really doing any arena stuff, so it doesn't matter too much. Quick enhance. What are you wanting to enhance? Ooh! Hell yeah. What are we missing? Oh, okay, tips. That's fine. Okily dokily. Also, Mando, did you download it through the link or did you just go to the website? Okay, I think we're good. Okay, wants me to go through that door. Okay, I don't think I'm missing any loot. Whoops, let me down. Ooh! Nailed it. Threaded the needle on that one. Okay, it was this door over here. That's hilarious. Push says me. Okay, I just wanted to make sure. Imagine starting Triple Z in 2026. Your account is bricked, you can't play in-game because you don't have the void. What? Wait, why are you talking about Triple Z? I'm guessing you're talking about Zinless Zone Zero, right? What's this say? Turn left. Okay. Yes. Okay. Also, I swear there... Hold on, let me see real quick. Settings. Mouse and keyboard. Not building keybind. Also, yes, there's building in this game. Keybind layout. Well, I wanted to see it. That's not gonna work. Batch settings? No. I could have swore there was a skill that was like a scan in this game, but I just can't remember what the settings are for it. Not playing WWM? WWM? Oh, feet out. Never mind. Sometimes at the end of these, there's a big loot room. Are you a real door? No, you're not a real door. But I guess we probably won't get that until we go take whatever he gave us to old what's his name back in the city. Controls? Toast? No, beef. Ooh, rendering. Cutscene. Is in Shroud with more dynamic combat. I think I'm in love. Shroud. Or enshrouded. Maybe? Alright. So wait, which one was that? This one. Nice. Oh, wait. We got a meow meow. Okay, we'll do that in a second. I hear you. I hear you. Where are you? Oh, he took off. Or is it a bird? Oh, it is a bird. Oh, I whiffed it. Oh, come on! Okay, there we go. Alright, we gotta do at least like 2 meow meow challenges, unfortunately. And these are sometimes hard, so we'll see. Oh, this looks like a rotating puzzle. Alright. What do you got for me, meow meow? Oh, interesting. Okay. Okay, I think this is just maybe point them all towards the middle. Because I'm guessing they all have these orbs. Oh, okay, we got a laser there. So I think that is what we're doing. Oh, nice. Hi, meow meow. All right, so we got Linear Edition. And there's a teleport down here, so let's go get that. That. Oh, there's deer. Okay. I need it for the meats. But we can also go do the daily stuff in a minute. So that we can also level up more of my armor shite. Push-ups, desecration demon. All right, hold on. Let me do this real quick. Looks like we don't have any other missions besides this bounty board one. And this. I tried to do this one before, but I want to say it was bugged when I tried to do it. But I guess that means we'll test it in a second. So let me do this. Develop, enhance, here. Oh, we're short these. We have the season shop. Donk. I'll take 100 of those, baby. Okay, and now we're out of both of those. That's fine. 24, 23, 23. All right, we're gonna have to go here real quick. Because there's a daily limit you can buy. While this loads, I'm gonna do the 10 push-ups real quick. Even though the loading time is not gonna be that long. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay. Have you mastered the path of the fist? I wish. Not Japanese, the Chinese servers actually do have a fist weapon. This game, the world servers, do not start with a fist weapon. Also, do not fuck with that goose.
Wait a minute.
I'm just warning you now, if you come play this game, do not fight a goose. No matter what.
Come on in.
Where are you
One
blocked?
One bite, and you'll never forget the taste of our...
All right, purchase your shit. Scroll up, not you. You, I do need. You, I also need. You know, why not? Shells. So these are weekly items. They have like a max amount. But they're good to have, especially some of these that are just like for food. And then we go back, we go here. Back to the marker, the enhance. And then that we have a lot of, hold on, what is this? Uncut jade. This one. This other general store. It is weird, though, that you have to go to give bad people the fist in. Listen, my usual go-to weapon in this game would have been the fist. If they were available, but they're not. They're only on the Chinese servers. They're insisting for a fistin'. Oh god, that's another mini game. Tiger suit sumo. For now, I study the blade. Forced to study the blade. I actually like the spear a lot more. But the strategic blade is really cool. $50,000? Yeah, I can spend that. Anything else I need here? I don't know. Oh, weasel pelts. 80,000. God damn. God damn. That's fine. Okay, that's enough spending money. I think, at least. Unless, I'm pretty sure there's another. Maybe not. That's bounty. I need to go to this guy. Because I'm going to show you why we've been collecting, like, all of those little collectibles. Is Wild and Dynasty Warriors. Hey, listen, there's like 3 different spear styles in this game. One is the tank spear style, one is like an AoE, and then the other one is like a really like precision-based one. Oh, hold on, there's a Meow Meow challenge down here that we need to go do so that we can actually put on the new accessories that we have. Hi, Meow Meow, what do you want me to do? Dye vat mixing. Withered leaf brown. So, what do you mix to get brown? I know purple and yellow, so maybe it's yellow and red. But withered leaf makes me think it's like makes me think it's something else. Makes me think that green's involved. Actually, do green and red give you brown too? I mean, that looks brown. Nailed it. Nailed. Hi, Meow Meow. Yes. Oh. I got another. Reduce crime probability by 50% when forcibly demanding items from NPCs. I have never done that. Lowers the chance of contracting illness from high falls. Oh yes, you can get illnesses and stuff in this game. All right, let's go see if we can equip the items that we have now. Which I think were these slots. Right. Right. How much better are you? Quite a bit. You... You're actually quite a bit better. All right, so let's do some tuning. Put those 2 on, and then we'll see if we can rank up the 2 for the other one. Okay. Okay, that's fine. And then we can add more here. Which, damn it, still doesn't max out the mastery. That's fine. Wait, what is it telling me? Oh, total mastery reward. Nice. Okay, let's go. Now the annoying part. Ooh, slow down, slow your roll. I'm gonna ignore that chest. Is we have to sneak in. Because apparently this is a combat zone. And if I get caught, by certain people, they'll kick me out. All right, Oddities Exchange, which has an entire separate talent tree. Yay! Although it looks like I was kind of like speed running as far along as I could go. I guess that was my plan. Oh, I'm short 1. Okay, we got to go back to the beginning. See if I can put in any lower ones. 4? Yeah, I can do that. 4 again. Works for me. But that's all the ones I had. Oh, well. All right. Now, I wonder if I could find that elder. Wait, what was that? Stealth? The ritual office. Exploration quest. Self-offering vault. Mahjong? No, I shouldn't. I shan't. I shan't. I don't know what this pixie indicator means. Or like a bird with a coin? Truly a wonder. All right. We're going to mark here, and then we're going to go there, methinks. Ad break. Oh, boy. All right. Let's pause it. I will get y'all the game. And I need to run to the bathroom, so that works out. So I will see y'all in a couple minutes. Oh, I still have Clip Studio open. Whoops the daisies. Clip Studio Paint. Ricci Mahjong is better anyway? You mean, are you thinking of like Ricci City? I can see it being Ricci City. Ricci City is a pretty good Mahjong game. But I'll see y'all in a bit. All right, kids. Sorry about that. What'd I miss? Who died? Where's the globe? You'll never get the globe. It'll never show you the globe. You have exactly a 0% chance of the globe showing up. All right. Jeffrey Duvall or whatever died. Who? I have no idea who that is. I'm terrible at celebrities' names. What song is this? Hello? Oh, it's Five Finger Death Punch. Oh. Oh. Film that it insists upon itself. Never cared for The Godfather. All right, let's put this back. Put the music back. Go back here. What the fuck is the compendium telling me to look at? Oh, cool. Points. Don't mind if I do. Actually, real quick, let's see. Can I have 4,000 of these. I don't think I can actually convert anymore. Nope. No, I cannot. So, where did I get you? Seasonal shop? Ah. Does it have a limit? Oh, it only has one. Okay. It only has one on rotation. Damn it. I'm gonna go treasure shop. There's more crane plumes. Oh, out of stock, of course. Ooh, or do I just want to buy a bunch of those? Okay, 2 weekly, that's fine. And then we'll probably just do the rest here. Actually, hold on. Let's see if we can buy more from any of the other shops. Damn it, stop it. Essence of Earth, Meow Meow Temple Shop. 3 of them are available. Oh, okay, I know where this... Oh, that's a Ghostlight Market? He's not in the Ghostlight Market. He's above the Ghostlight Market. That may end up being a pain, because I think it cost... Got enough. That's fine, because there's not really much of anything else I want in here. Poses? Poses are tempting. Very tempting. You know what? Sure. It's only 10. It's cheap. Oh. Huh. All right. Pin draw. Awful if those stop. Why must so many places that I need to post my art? Well, because it kind of currently devours most of the fucking internet at this point. Oh. Claim reward. Face Moonlit Strand. Ooh. Huh. Can I check what these cumulative ones are? Oh, okay. They're decoration. Hair ornaments. The little fox is a hair ornament? Okay. All right. Excellent. Excellent. Need Mowen.net? .net? Oh, fireworks. All right. Damn. More fireworks. Aw, man. 320 more draws so you get something. Damn it. That's fine. Ooh. Yeah, I don't think there's anything I like here. But here... Nah. Those are special effects. Alright, that's fine. Oh, Battle Pass. Wait, did I just go up 3 levels? Jesus. Huh. I'm guessing the only way to unlock the battle pass is with real money. Yeah. Sigh. That's fine. All right, let's go. Where were we heading? I had marked Meow Meow, but I don't... Oh, that's right. We were going to go here, and then we'll go there, and then we'll hit that combat area. Dun. Up and away. There's the city. I can still oh my god, no. Don't bring back robot unicorn attack. I didn't need the... Oh. The hell? Am I being shot at? No. Okay, no. Those are my own ashes. Never mind. Hello. Almost fucking perfect precision. Wait, why are you... He's droppable. Boink. Did you hear it yesterday? Yeah, the sound was strange. Couldn't tell what it was. Is it really a dragon? You actually believe that nonsense? Rivermaster this? Oh, damn it. Too fast. I can't keep up. Oh, wait a second. There's something here. Hello? Oh, it's a set of boxes. Schmack. Get back here, Chucklefuck. All right. Was it raining? It got cloudy, but I think the rain effect just messed up. Oh, no, there it is. Okay, it was just starting. All right. I'm going here, then we'll do the combat area. Okay. What are you? Fallen Invader's Mound. Oh. Mud. A chest wrapped in mud. Stepping onto the mud will make movement nearly impossible. Trigger the stone dragon with weights to make the water dragon head spout a water column. Use Tai Chi to alter the water pillar's path. Oh, this one. Ah, okay. Oops, wrong button. Also, wrong button again. Tai Chi is... I don't think I have Tai Chi equipped. Okay, hold on. Abilities... Mystic skills... Tai Chi. Tai Chi? No, that's Dragon's Head. Is it Control? No, Talon Strike. Both like Frenzy. Where's Tai Chi? Oh, there it is. Duh, the ones that are under puzzle. Let's put you in place of Bell. No? Oh, okay, I get it. There we go. We redirect it. I got you. And there's the deer that I killed. Okay. I'm gonna go this way first, because... More... Where are you? Oh, it's the pots. Did you run from me? Okay. I do hate the fact that when you, like, drop down, it cancels your crouching sometimes. Oh. Shut up, you didn't see shit. You didn't see shit, Mr. Spear Thrower. Must have been the wind. Ignore your buddy's dead body right there, please and thank you. Oh, hey. Here, let me just...
Who's there?
Shut up. Oh, he's apparently unexecutable. Wow, you guys are sturdy. Maybe I shouldn't have leveled up the world yet with the gear that I have. The guy that's still oblivious is very funny. Go ahead and die for me. Okay. Wow. Oblivious, I suppose. Oh! Who did I aggro? Who did I aggro? Is he up there? Oh, he's in. Oh, why are you in there, dude? What are you doing? I'm gonna have to kill him. Oh, I legitimately cannot reach him. Okay, we'll do this the annoying way then. Hey, buddy. Oh, I forget I can charge up a lot for more damage. Okay. I think he's bugged, like 90% sure. Would you prefer chess or go chess? I know chess. I don't know how to play Go at all. I don't want to risk going in there and trying to get that execute because I don't think I'm going to be able to. Oh, okay, the burn killed him. Can I loot him? Nope. Nope. Not even a little bit. There's apparently some chucklefuck out here somewhere. Oh, I'm on fire. Oopsie daisies. Oopsie daisies. Oh yeah, I'm pretty sure he's up there. Okay. Good night, Ordained. Sleep well. Alright, I'm coming up. Oh, Jesus, on the tree. He's coming around to get the spear guy that's up here. Hello, sir. Wait a second. I just remembered, I have a stealth ability. I think both of them are up there. Calm your tits there, big man. Oh. 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 Stop looking at me. Why do you trigger so easy? Fine, 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 fine. We'll do this the annoying way then. Stupid. Here, guys, just absolutely do not scream for your pals. Sure, I'm sure that's a great idea. Okay, there's 5 left. One there. Just him.
I heard something.
No, you didn't. Shut up. Okay. Don't know where the other ones are. Okay. Oh, there he is. Oh, it was the one that was on the wall. And of course, fucking Chucklefuck McGee sees me right away. Okay, though, he's squishy. The bullsip he is. Hey, guy. Alright. Yoink! Don't use tag to do that often. I always forget how fun it is. Oop, I didn't mean to hit tilde there. Alright. And then, where does the chest appear? There it is. Do this, get... Ooh. Can we go higher? I can't go higher. That's fine. All the loot. And 2 levels, goddamn. Okay, let's go open those, because then maybe we can actually get some more... That's the wrong button. Bag. Here. You. Open. You. Also open. Develop. 27, 27, 26. Oh, damn it. Okay. Okay, it doesn't actually want to upgrade anything there. So gear, you're maxed. You're not maxed, but I also do want to change your... I need to change their set. Because I just realized they're the wrong fucking set. Okay. So then at least we have that. Let's rank up you. You first.
Come one, come all, let's step into the macabre halls of the
Hello.
Dark Carnival.
Seggy!
And please, enjoy the show.
Welcome in, Raiders. How was your stream? Did you have a good time? What trouble did you get into? Did you burn anything down? Did you say anything ablaze? How was Mibble Ribble? I'm guessing you were doing ranked, because you usually do ranked on when you play Marvel. Did you have a good time? Did you have fun? Oh, I don't want to lose that high ranked one. But that's fine. That's enough. Ranks for the Raiders. Welcome in, Raiders. Those of you who don't know me from Seggy Stream, my name is Martin. I'm the ringleader of the Dark Carnival. A lot of times I play games that are dark, spooky, and terrifying. I talk nonsense. I yap a lot. Today, however, is a sponsored stream. We're currently playing a fairly new MMO called Where Winds Meet. They had a sponsor opportunity, so I yoinked that bitch faster than you could say sassafras. I don't know. Journey to the West. We'll go with the faster than you could say Journey to the West. But Seggy, I hope you had a good stream. I hope you had a good time. Are you still playing, or are you just busy? Because I do know sometimes you end and keep playing. I miss playing Deadlock with you. Can I level you up more? No, it just wants to use the... I don't want to throw that away, because that's a legendary rope dart. Bricks? Everybody's throwing bricks. Is that what this is? Oh. Where do I get you again? Okay, the mob. That's right. Level up. Go here. Don't have any of you. Don't have any of you. Damn it. Damn it. All right, that's fine though. What did I get for appearance? What is it trying to... Oh, collection? Single item. Collect rewards? Okay then. Weird. Oh god. I am... Nah. Nah. I like my turtle in my jug. But I don't seem to have anything that I'm willing to. Hmm. Oh my god. Where did I get the starfish? Okay, but the gold pigeon. Hi, Kryzak. How are you doing? Oh, but the gold pigeon, though. Hmm. Genuinely, though, I kind of like the... Oh, there it is. It was like, snowflake? Chinchilla with coins? Aww. And just a bird. A river swallow. Okay, but that's... Oh my god. Okay, but that's funny. Where do I get these? Oh, arena? 2v2 arena. Achievement award. Achievement award. Shit. Shit. I don't have any skins for these. That's fine. Sex? Oh, okay. I did one of the... Oh, change outfit once. Huh. Okay. My status is fucking nothing because I haven't done any of the... Redeemer's umbrella. Ooh. Okay. I think... Oh, of course. Of course. More battle pass. Chinchilla doing the money. I suppose that is the ancient Chinese equivalent of doing the money spread. Me and my pigeon. Okay, also, why are these here? Just get a cat, bro? What? Every day I'm posting it. Christ. Give me a like, thanks. No. Alright. Let's go over here and we're gonna get... Is it Q? No, Q's not the button I was thinking of. Again, I know what I need to do with this one. I'm supposed to have a scan button. That's a crane. No. Oh man, why did these spawn? Was it because the weather changed? Oh, there's a boar. What are you doing, boar? Okay, you actually spawned. You stayed. Oh, it's a bustard, not a stork. Big Top doing the money spread? God, I've never done a money spread in my fucking life. Actually, maybe once when I was working for like tips when I ran the water park, the like VIP section. I did have like one weekend where I just like saved all of my ones that I got as tips. And I went to my bank to deposit them and the lady gave me a look and it was very funny. It was very funny. Something... Oh, that's right. I was trying to remember. Damn it. What was the button? T? No, that's definitely not it. Not R. It's not gonna be tilting. That's swap weapon. What was the button? X? Z? No. Oh, there it is. What did I hit? That was V, I think. Okay, yeah, it was toggle. But... Touch. There we go. Oh, never mind. This one's different from one that I thought it was. Hi, guys. Didn't mean to interrupt. Sorry. Am I drinking? Oh, I'm out of endurance. Fine. Fine, we'll bully the bandits. I do see you throwing spears back there, bud. Ow. I have fallen down the mud? Since when could y'all jump that high? What the fuck? He's dying. Try to go to the start of the game, took 5 minutes to load in heavy models, and the horse model got replaced by what? What are your settings set to? Oops. Oh, it's a spear. Where'd you go? Oh, there you are. You may want to make sure you're like, I've never had that problem. You may want to make sure your GPU or anything isn't ridiculously overloaded right now. Especially because I think I remember when I first played this game, it was set to unlimited frames. With like ray tracing and shit on. Where was I? Well, it says there's a corpse over here that I didn't get, but hold on. Oh, that's where the crane fell and I can't see it. Where was the plant? Oh, I lost it. Oh, well. That's fine. Golden butterflies, please and thank you. All right, now this. Traveling merc. Ooh. That's all. Yes. I do that because you get bonus resources for at least taking the picture. You don't have to save it. Okay, let me see. Didn't have models. Character player got attached to an invisible wheel and started going around in circles, started flying and became a dwarf for a while. The enemy models only appeared after the tutorial. Right after I killed the boss, it crashed. That is definitely, because I literally did the tutorial on stream. That is a you problem. Yeah, you never allow unlimited frames. That's the point where the game is always just like, yum, 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 yum. Oh, another interactable statue. Where are you taking me? Show me the magic butterflies. Wait, oh wait, no, that's a different one. Wink. Okay. Oh, there it is. Universal harmony. Oh. Oh. Putting your foot down, no more frames for the game. Did you just set my frame limit to 90? I do 90 or 60. It kind of depends on how it's performing at 90. The thing is, though, is when I'm streaming games for y'all, I don't really need to put it above 60 frames because I only stream in 60 frames. So above that is only for my experience and to potentially to the detriment of, say, the stream itself. I've got more erudition. Works for me. All right, let's go grab this teleport. Are you guys... No, you guys aren't enemies. What are y'all doing? Eternal Solitude Hall. Huh. Alright though, chat. Let me... I can hit you with Sunstar's favorite term, which is the hard, but... Well, that's mainly because I don't think Twitch streams at anything higher than 60 FPS, does it? You can have higher resolution, but it doesn't go any higher than 60 FPS, right? Add it to the count? What do you mean to the count? What counts? What count are you talking about? I don't understand. But let me see here. Who is doing what? I think we're gonna raid Apollo. Because Apollo's doing crime scene cleaner. And that's on brand. But... Yeah, I'm not really finding... Wow, there's not a lot of people that... Oh, wait, no, never mind. It just didn't load properly. It wasn't loading for a second. Poppy's Playtime. Terraria. I think we're going to go with Crime Scene Cleaner. Because I'm not finding anything else. All right, though, guys. Really quickly. If you did not get to play the game today, don't feel too bad. If you download and play later this week, it'll still count towards the campaign. So if you weren't able to play it, you're like listening in from work or anything like that, totally fine. No problem whatsoever. There's also going to be no rush on this. I don't know if it counts it only through this week or if it counts it through like the next month or something. We will see what happens. I had fun. It's no big deal if some people like didn't want to play the game or weren't super interested in it. I'm about to boot it up. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. You may want to check too if the launcher part, when it comes up for the first time, make sure that you try and change the settings before the entirety of the game opens. There may be additional settings in the launcher that isn't available when you launch the game. Uh-oh, hold on a second. Apollo was doing something, but she's on like a, I don't know if it's a BRB or if it's something else. Yeah, I don't know. I also don't know how long she's been away. So I think we're going to read somebody else. Oh. Wait, he's not live? Oh, okay. I was going to raid Red Claw, but I guess Red Claw ended. We're going to raid Anna then. Atrocious. All right, chat. We'll be back tomorrow. We're going to be playing... Oh, shit. What was it? What were we playing tomorrow? I know it's a spooky game. I just don't remember what it was. Oh, Reanimal. That's right. The new Little Nightmares like game. Let's do... I don't have a raid message. We'll just do Brûlée. Yeah, that's what I figured, because it said he had like a very little stream time, so he was moving somewhere else, I think. All right, guys. I'll be playing Reanimal tomorrow. I don't have a second right now, so I don't know if I'm going to be able to grab somebody on short notice, but we will see what happens. I've never played a Little Nightmare-like game, so I'm very curious to see what it's like. Although it usually does give me the heebie-jeebies, so we will see how it goes. If you don't have a sub, please do use the gold, please. Crime, please, if you don't have a sub. But other than that, guys, I will see you tomorrow, noon CST. Thank you for being here. Thank you for being awesome. And thank you for enjoying the show. Good night. Sleep well and go eat something delicious or I will eat you. And before Sunster says anything, not in the sexy way.